Okay, reconvene from closed session. Is there anything to report?
The council convened in closed session for one item regarding anticipated litigation as listed on the agenda. There is no reportable action.
All right, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember Sandu, Councilmember Campion,
Here.
Councilmember Lozano,
Here.
Mayor Lamson.
I'm going to call Riley Harmon with the Galt Teen Center forward. Riley is a freshman in high school, and she's very interested in the Galt Teen Center, and they will be making some public comment during public comment, but I've asked her to lead us in the flag salute. So we're going to do a moment of silence, and then when I ring the bell, then you can go with the flag salute, okay? So come up to the mic.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. See you in a few minutes. Shall we do it from here? Can you replay the statement, please?
This meeting of the Galt City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air Friday, September 6th at 9 a.m. and Saturday, September 7th at 9 a.m. The City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch.
Thank you, Donna. All right, are there any agenda approvals, additions, or deletions?
I would like to pull the agenda J2.
J2? Okay, the warrants. Anything else? Okay, we have some presentations. I see some blue back there. Looks like we have oath of office for Police Officer Carlos Aguiar and Police Officer Nicholas Kohler. Chief?
You guys want to come up? Right there. Turn around and face everybody. Pressure's on. Mayor Lamson and council members, city staff, and our audience that's here today. It's always a huge pleasure and an honor to introduce our new police officers to our community. We work really, really, really hard to find the best and the brightest people that really want to work in our community, people that are dedicated to our way of life, and people that just truly want to serve. Our community is second to none. Our community loves the cops, and the cops love the community. And when I interview folks for this position, I ask them some questions about what they want out of life, what they hope to aspire, and where they want to be. And well, quite honestly, if they're not giving the answers that will help them become part of our community here in Galt, then I won't hire them. And these two young men fit that description. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read a little bit about them, and then they're going to get sworn in front of all you. So Carlos Aguiar, he's a resident of Galt, and he has his family here with him. His better half, Abigail, and his son, Xavier, and from what I understand, there's one more on the way. Congratulations. He was a paramedic prior to coming to us with San Joaquin County. He loves playing football with his son and spending time with family no matter what it is. And he loves participating in sports and taking the ATVs out for a run, for fun. He impressed me because he has an amazing background. He has a lot of life experience, and he's going to bring that to us and just make this place better every single day. He's made that commitment to me, and so I'm very, very proud to welcome aboard. And next is Nicholas Kolar. He is a graduate of Lodi High School. He enrolled himself into San Joaquin Delta College, was social sciences and humanities. He enjoys spending time with family and being outdoors. This young man knew early on what he wanted to do in his life. That's become a police officer. He's dedicated his life to making sure that he holds himself to the highest standard, and he's going to continue to do that here. I'm convinced of that, and so I'm very, very pleased to welcome both of them to our family. And with that, you will both be sworn in, and then after that, you'll see him out on the street. So hopefully you welcome him like the rest of the family here. You can see the sea of blue behind you. That's how much that we love our brothers and sisters that come and join us for our Galt family. Now you're part of that. So welcome aboard.
Okay, I, and state your name,
I, Nicholas Galt.
Hi, Carlos Aguiar.
Right hand.
Right hand.
Yes, ma'am.
do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I bear true faith
that I bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and during such time
and during such time
as I am an employee
of the
of the City of Galt,
City of Galt,
I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the position of police officer
of the position of police officer
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my abilities.
Go to the podium, go to the podium.
Good evening. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to the city for this opportunity and all of its representatives. Thank you to Chief Sockman and the whole police department for giving me this opportunity and welcoming us into their family. I also want to thank the whole community. You guys have been nothing but supportive and welcoming to us, and I look forward to protecting and serving this great community. I also want to thank my family who's here today and my wonderful spouse, Abby. Without her, I wouldn't be here. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nick Kohler. First, I want to thank everybody for making it here today. It means a lot to both of us. Also, I want to thank the Galt Police Department for giving Carlos and I the opportunity. I'm beyond grateful for the opportunity, and I'm still every day just super happy and excited to start working for the city. It's been a blessing, and I'm really excited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I see some tears out in the audience. Proud parents and family. All right, next up, Commission on Aging Annual Report to the City Council.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council persons. I'm Bob Belay, Chairman of the Commission on Aging, and I am pleased to present this annual report to you. I want to also point out at this time that my fellow commissioners, Alvin, Roberts, and Penny, are here to support me, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. The following are the activities and issues that the Commission has been addressing for the fiscal year 2018-2019 and will continue to address in the new fiscal year 2019-2020. 1, preparing a resource guide calendar for seniors once again, with basic information such as organizations, addresses, and phone numbers that seniors can contact if they have a specific need. The Commission decided that the best platform to accomplish this goal is to use the monthly resource calendar method that we have been using, and we will continue to use that platform. We distributed all 500 of our 2019 calendars, except for a few that we just recently found, this year, and we'll be creating 500 copies of the 2020 calendar for the next year, and they will be available to seniors of our cities at various locations, such as senior communities and organizations where we have access to the senior population, including some city buildings beginning November, December 2019 and into the new year. 2, last year we discussed the need in our city for a senior center. And in the process of that discussion, we've decided to create a Galt Senior Resource Center and work to evolve it into a full-fledged Galt Senior Center sometime in the future for the city's seniors. I am happy to share with you something you may already know. The Galt Senior Resource Center opened for business on Monday, June 17, 2019, and that was followed with a grand opening on Monday, July 22, 2019, which turned out to be quite a success. Thank you to those of you who responded to the Commission's invitation for this event and the business community that responded so generously with food donations, brochures, flyers, and other information that benefits the senior community. We currently have a total of 4 volunteers to staff the GSRC, or the Galt Senior Resource Center, and have already expanded the hours of operation, and we will continue to seek volunteers as the need for them arises. 3, the response of the senior community to the GSRC thus far has been somewhat minimal. It's still a baby. We're still in the process of operating out of a garage, so to speak, and we will, of course, continue to go on with that. Credit for this accomplishment goes in large part to members of the Commission who donated their time, talent, and treasure to make the GSRC a reality, as well as the input and the support from you, the Council. Vice Chair Alvin Roberts, who donated and installed the flooring and the lock mechanism for our door. Commissioner Andrea Johnson, who donated 4 comfortable office chairs. Commissioner Penny Niemeyer, who took charge of the volunteers, their scheduling and training. And all commissioners also donated their time and efforts in making the grand opening a success. The purpose of this Senior Resource Center, for those of the audience that don't know, is to provide information to our senior population on the resources that are available to them in the city of Galt and the immediately surrounding cities of Outgrove and Lodi. 4, the Commission has and will continue to work on conducting not only a health information fair geared towards the health needs of seniors, a goal that eluded us this past year. We are open to and looking into the possibility of being a part of a larger health information fair, and in addition, we aim to use the newly opened GSRC as the home base for providing informational fairs with subject matter experts on matters pertaining to the seniors in our community throughout the year. 5, we have been working diligently on bringing the existence of our commission to the attention of the public by use of the local newspaper and are exploring other city platforms and other social media outlets pursuant to city laws and guidelines. In fact, we have a volunteer right now working on getting our own web page so that on the social media, so that we can get the word out that we exist and that we have something to do for the volunteers to help these people out. The goal is to let the seniors of our city know our mission, entrusted to us by you, the council, and inviting seniors to attend our monthly meetings. The commission has an excellent working relationship with the Galt Herald editor, and we appreciate that very much. This enables the commission to bring issues affecting our seniors to their attention via the Galt Herald, as we said, and we thank the Herald editor for this opportunity. We submitted our mission statement and our agenda to the city clerk for publication on the city's webpage or website, and the quarterly pamphlet mailed to the citizens of our community for her perusal and approval with changes suggested by the city clerk. Kudos to the city clerk and Parks and Recreation specifically, and specifically the representative, Ms. Monica Lopez, for their cooperative assistance collectively. We will continue to use those media platforms in the coming new year. One of our GSRC volunteers, as I already mentioned, is currently working to create a website and other media outlets for, to bring our commission, not our commission, but our research center to the attention of the seniors and, of course, the commission as well. 6, all of us on the commission take the task of being advocates for the seniors of our community very seriously and will continue to encourage all seniors to bring issues concerning them to our attention. We can do this best by letting them know about the commission, our mission, and inviting them by all possible and legal means to communicate with us their concerns. The commission, in turn, can apprise you, the city council, of any legitimate concerns that may require your action. 7, to enable the Commission on Aging to be a better advocate for seniors, we have introduced ourselves to the 9 existing senior care centers in Galt recently, and are planning periodic visits at those facilities to let the seniors residing there know of our existence and to invite them to contact us if they feel a need. My thinking on that, or actually our thinking on that, is if they can't come to us, we're gonna go to them to let them know of us and how we can be of assistance to them. In addition, we are planning to have informational events at those facilities from time to time as their management may permit. So we'll have subject matter experts like legal issues, have an attorney like Reynoso, I forget his full name. But anyway, just one instance where he can go out and all the people that live in that facility can sit in their community center and have a presentation given to them on wills, trusts, and so on and so forth. So that's just one. And then, of course, other health associated organizations and subject matter experts as well. Finally, the commission wants to thank our liaison team, Director Solis and Ms. Lopez, and their very helpful staff. We couldn't do what we do without them. Thank you very much. I want to make that crystal clear to the public that you guys are you're just the best. You keep me in line, and that's a job and a half right there, okay? As well as the city clerk, Donna Settles, for their collective or individual guidance they provide to keep the commission on the proverbial straight and narrow as we continue to strive to advocate for our seniors of our city. Are there any questions?
So, Mr. Bailey, I noticed I was at an event with you. Are you making efforts to have the Aging Commission kind of meet with the senior club and make sure they're informed?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you for all the hard work. It's just wonderful to have some place for the seniors to reach out, and you going to them is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, because they're not coming to us right now, So I'm going to go to them, because that way the word spreads, and then more of them will contact us. That's what it's about. But like I said, we're in the infancy stage right now, and hopefully that infancy stage doesn't last too long. We want to grow into a full-fledged organization that assists seniors in their needs for information.
Bob, did you want to share the hours of operation with the audience?
Yes, the hours of operation right now are Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays and Thursdays, they are from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and Wednesdays, they are from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. However, we have a number, there's a number that we have that you can call if there's nobody there, if we're closed, to leave a message, and then we promise to return a call within the 24-hour business cycle.
Very good.
I don't have the number in front of me right now. Sorry.
That's okay.
That's good.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to say thanks for all you guys do. You guys are one of the most active committees. And the fact that you guys are seniors kind of embarrasses the rest of them because you guys do the most work. I mean, there's a couple other that are pretty active, but for what
We got nothing else to do. Got to keep busy, stay off the streets. The chief would agree.
Stay out
It's a
of
good
trouble.
thing to stay off the streets.
we'll continue to stay out of trouble then.
Okay, I will.
Bob, I just want to say thank you for all you do and your passion for the seniors in this community and your patience with us early in this year as we had to do some reorganization. So
No
thank you
problem.
so much.
I got over that.
Thank you, Bob. Have you and all your commissioners doing a really good job. Thank
you
you for
very
all
much.
the members.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next up, we have the Parks and Recreation Commission Annual Report to the City Council. Director Solis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Armando Solis, Parks and Rec Director. Unfortunately, I don't have a commissioner here to give this annual report, so I had to get up. First, I would like to acknowledge our commission, our chairperson, Chris Smith, our co-chair, Janice Williams, Charlene Miller, Ernie Cason, and Carrie Graham. Over the past year, some of the items that they've weighed in on and provided some guidance to the Planning Commission and to City Council are the community park play structure, digital freeway board, impact fees, grants, including the Prop 68 information that we brought forward to you. And then, as required, a report has been provided to you with absences and dates of the meetings. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Since you mentioned it, what is the update on that 68, the Prop 68?
We are still waiting. They're still reviewing them. Really can't give us a date of when they're gonna get us some information.
You know, I was reading I was actually looking at something completely different, and I was reviewing through the Parks and Rec, the purpose and intent of the commission, and there was some verbiage in there like, outreach to the community, keep the community informed on XYZ, things that relate to Parks and Recreation, parks, so on and so forth. And it just reminded me that, and I would like to have this, I'll probably have this conversation with the commissioner that I appointed, but I would like to see, the Parks and Rec Commission try to be, take it to the next level and be more involved, especially in light of like right now, we're dealing with some parks issues with the landscaping and stuff, and I think they could be a vital piece and play an important role in, being the liaison to the community, whether it be talking to the people around them, say, I'm on the Parks Commission, and this is, keep people informed with the right information of what's going on, and also, even on social media, it's important because it's hard for us as council members to always do that, and so there's those members could be a valuable asset. So maybe, have a conversation with them and see if they want to, be more proactive in time.
They were really proactive in the Prop 68 grants. They attended every meeting except for one.
Yeah, I remember
so
seeing
I
some,
was
yeah.
really happy with how they got the word out, sent out stuff on social media, like you said, and requested some information from people if they had any comments. So they did do that. I think this group is willing to do that. So,
Thank you.
anything else?
Thank you. We appreciate all they do in planning and for our future. All right. Next up, we have a proclamation honoring Michael Guttridge. This is it on? Yes, this is Michael Guttridge, and he has been here for 40 years. And he's done a lot for this community. So we have a proclamation for him, and I'm going to read it. Whereas Michael Guttridge and Emerald Park Company started developing homes in Galt in 1980. And whereas Michael Guttridge and Emerald Park Company spent nearly 40 years helping to build Galt into what it is today. Whereas Michael Guttridge and Emerald Park Company built beautiful subdivisions in Galt that remain popular with home buyers to this day. And whereas Michael Guttridge and Emerald Park Company built one of the most popular senior housing subdivisions in the area. And whereas Michael Guttridge and 4G's development helped plan the Galt Village Center commercial shopping area and thereby expanding retail options for residents. And whereas Michael Guttridge and 4G Development redeveloped the site across the street from Galt High School, thereby breathing new life into the limited office professional spaces in the city, which helped other business owners. And whereas Michael Guttridge is known for his work ethic, integrity, sense of humor, and for being a person who has and will lend a hand to someone in need. And whereas Michael Guttridge is a one-of-a-kind man who will be missed by city staff, elected officials, local business owners, and Galt residents. Now, therefore, it be resolved by the City Council of the City of Galt, California, that Michael Guttridge be recognized as a man that has had a significant positive impact on the development of Galt, and that his efforts, along with those of Emerald Park Company, have positively improved the lives of Galt residents. Witness thereof, whereof we have hereunto set our hand and caused the seal of the City of Galt to be affixed this 3rd day of September 2019. So, he wants to say something. He can say something to the council.
Pardon me? I'd just like to thank all through the years and the people in the council. And Kurt probably knows when my dad started and so on and so forth. And we've gone through new councils and we've gone through new city managers and so on and so forth. But overall, we've enjoyed our stay. The people in the building and planning department have really come forth for us in many ways in the last years. So we'd just like to thank everybody here in the city for helping Emerald Park Company be what it is. Thank you. And tonight, my sister Sally's here. And and my son Rod's here. And Wendy's here, who, be honest with you, without her, we couldn't run the organization.
Oh.
And Tim's here, who is Sally's husband, helps us out every once in a while. So sort of a whole family operation. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jim.
If there's any comments by council, go ahead.
When I first came to the city of Galt, I'd heard of the Guttridges, and I just said, thank you, Jim. That's Mike's dad. But I worked closely with his dad on the first subdivision we did, which is over on Brody West, Emerald Park 16. Emerald Park 17. That was the first subdivision I worked on as the city's planner. And I had heard about Jim Guttridge from other employees, and he was an interesting fellow, much like Mike. He was very straightforward. He had it in his mind how things should be done, and that's how it got done. We didn't
we would have discussions, and, you know, sometimes the law would get in the way of what he wanted to do, but it seemed to get worked out. But it was a pleasure working with Jim back then. And Mike, I didn't see much of until, unfortunately, your dad passed, and then Mike kind of took over that part of that niche in the business. And but what I remember seeing of Jim, or of Mike, is he drove the tractors. I would see him out in the field driving tractors. And but it was a pleasure working with you and your family through the years when I was here. And I know that Chris has enjoyed working with you as well. So it's been a journey. Thank you.
Of course.
I just want to say, my brother Jim's here too. Oh, where'd he go to?
Oh, he just left.
He escaped. Well, anyway, he was here. He's left.
You build a quality and beautiful product, Mike.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right, public comment?
Under Government Code Section 54954.3, members of the public may address the City Council on non-agenda items. The public comment section is for the City Council to receive comments. Except for brief responses to questions, no discussion or action may be taken on any item that is not listed on the agenda. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Speaker cards are located on the table inside the entrances to the council chambers. Once completed, forward the speaker card to the clerk. Those persons wishing to speak on any item scheduled on the agenda will be given an opportunity to do so at the time that item is being considered.
Thank you. First up, we have the Galt Teen Center with Annette Kunze and Areli Benavides. Benavides?
Yeah, Benavides.
Benavides.
Okay. And I think we have,
Yes.
there it is. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor Lamson and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight, and also thank you for allowing us to show our presentation that'll serve as a backdrop for the information and comments that we'll be sharing today. So my name is Annette Kunze. I'm a local Galt resident and program director for the Galt Teen Center, a grassroots group of local teens and adults whose ultimate vision it is to provide a place in Galt where all teens can go to be enriched and have a safe, enjoyable place where they feel welcome. I'm joined today by this very articulate young lady, Areli Benavides, and together we'd like to share a little bit about our Galt Teen Center journey so far. In addition, we'd like to formally invite you to one of our upcoming events on September 23rd, but we'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. So I'll now turn it over to Areli.
So that's me, I'm Areli. As to where we have been, so far our group was formally formed in the early months of 2019, but in actuality was a seed of thought in many minds before that. As they formed the Galt Teen Center, began to discuss how to bring their vision to life. Over the past months, we have started to get our name out there, created a logo, website, Facebook, Instagram pages, just general branding, and started participating at and hosting community events. Just to give you an idea of our community events, we participated in National Night Out, offering face painting for kids, and had a carnival at Community Park with fun games and activities, and we also hosted a kickball and water activities event at Meadowview.
So that brings us to where we're at today. So we're super pleased that we've officially received designation as a 501c3 organization. And we've also visited several teen centers in the surrounding areas to leverage their experiences, their lessons learned, and to share their success stories. So we toured the facilities, which ranged from smaller scale to larger scale, such as the Teen Impact Center in Stockton, which is amazing. And one especially attractive thing about this center is they host events with the community, such as Police and Lemonade, and have incredible art, music, and dance centers. And it's actually an old bowling alley in downtown Stockton. Another example is the Lodi 180 Teen Center that hosts outdoor adventures and takes teens hiking and kayaking and other outdoor excursions. We've also been searching Galt for a location, one that is centrally located and has adequate space for enrichment. Again, this is where the grassroots commitment comes in as we literally knock on doors. One of our big events coming up that I briefly mentioned at the start is our Community Teen Design Center Workshop, which is being held on Monday, September 23rd from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Shabola Center. We, the Galt Teen Center, already have some ideas for building the center, but we believe that it's the whole community that should have an opportunity to share their ideas and perspective. There may be things we might not have considered as we're moving forward, or there may be some real creative ideas out there that will benefit us. So the design workshop is based on human-centered design principles out of the Stanford D School that focus on empathy, perspective, and an iterative creative process. The HCD concept has inspired many projects making notable changes across the globe. It is these HCD concepts that will serve as the foundation as we invite all community members to come together to share their ideas and input for a holistic view. By sharing ideas interactively, we hope to spur the creative process. Our theme is, "It takes a village," because we truly believe that, and we sincerely hope that you'll join us. So that leads us to where we're headed and where our journey will take us next. Two big immediate items before us are funding and location. We will begin navigating through the grant and funding process, which we see as a critical source of seedling. We are hoping our efforts to date put us in a good place for that process, as well as our strategic and business plans that we'll build following the workshop. We're also reaching out to our representatives in the Congress and the Assembly for support. We hope to secure a physical location, either through a grant or local generosity. Our goal is to ultimately have an abundant space for enrichment with games, gardens, art centers, and even support activities. We hope to continue building our momentum through word of mouth, continued events for teens, and working with local partners, and visiting even more teen centers to gain insight from their experience. We will also, of course, be looking on the lookout for service opportunities. And I'll now turn it back over to Aurelie.
Lastly, we present our Ask of You, the Council. First, we hope you attend our event on September 23rd and share your ideas and perspective. We ask that you support our cause and consider where there are grants or other funding where we can partner. We ask that you keep your eyes out for a location that might be a good home for us here in Galt that is ADA compliant. We are fully open to starting small and building from there. We also ask that you take one of these magnets to keep the Galt Teen Center forefront in your minds. They're actually pretty cute, too.
We recognize that we're in a marathon and not a sprint, but our hope is that our Teen Center movement continues to grow and flourish in the community. Someday, we hope we can look back proudly at our journey as we make meaningful differences in the lives of Galt teens. You change one life, you change generations. We respectfully thank you for your time, and we also wanted to give a special thank you to the Parks Director for the staffing helping us arrange the use of the Shabola Center for our event. We also want to say a general thank you to those in the community who have supported us to date. And we would love to be able to come back and share our progress with you in the future.
Actually, I would like to add something. I feel that the Teen Center is something I'm incredibly passionate about. I think that's pretty obvious. So I would like to thank the council for making sure that we still have the opportunity to come and ask for the things that we need and the things that are most vital for our organization. I also firmly believe that when it comes to leadership, it starts with me, but it's not about me. I really care about the amount of inclusivity that we have in our community, and I don't think that there's nearly enough of that. So I think if we want to pride ourselves in our youth and pride ourselves in who we want to be and how far we're willing to evolve, I think it is important to start with our youth. So, thank you.
Very well said, Miss Aurelie. I attended the carnival, and there seemed to be teens everywhere. How many kids do you already have involved in this?
I couldn't give you a number, but we are constantly trying to reach out to people that are willing, that are open, and even people that just look like they'd like to have a good time. Yeah.
There was about 20 in that picture, but I think there's more.
No, I think there's definitely more, and I think there's a lot of room for more. So I'm really excited for that.
Great, we're excited. And I'm just impressed that you know what branding is at your age.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I commend you guys for the speed at which you guys have moved. I mean, there's a lot of ideas that get put out there sometimes, but you guys have like took from, you know, just the idea to where you're at now with a great deal of speed. I think you guys are going to give the senior club a run for their money. So,
Partnership.
yeah, so, you know, we support you. I wish, you know, the city could do more, but we'll always do what we can. And we feel like what you guys are trying to do is a,
Worthwhile.
yeah, it's a huge need in the community for sure. And so, so we applaud you for that. And I'm already starting to advertise for you guys right
Oh,
here. So.
yay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Kathleen Amos on Measure R, proposed cuts to PD.
Show and tell. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. You might be poised to make two big mistakes tonight, and I'm here to help you avoid more lawsuits against the city. You placed my name on this agenda for possible removal from the Measure R Oversight Committee. Let me explain why that's not a good idea and talk about the cuts that you're planning to do to Measure R, which are my big concern. This is one of the signs that we used when we ran Measure R in 2008. Most of you have never seen this because you weren't even around here when this happened. I know Kurt was, Mr. Campion was. I know a few people in the audience were. Some of the people that were involved from the very beginning are also here as well. But I was involved from the very beginning. We held community forums to ask people what did they want. And we had several, and we made adjustments to the ordinance several times. There was a political action committee I was the treasurer of, so I kept track of the money. I walked the entire city and canvassed the voters with everyone else for their approval in 2008. We have a concept in the law called public policy, and behind public policy, if the court wants to figure out what public policy is all about, they look for the legislative intent, and legislative intent is what the people of Galt said in these original forums before we drafted the ordinance. The mantra was more feet on the street. Everybody wanted more feet on the street. And that became the words that we used whenever we spoke to people, and that's what got Measure R passed. There were two things the community required before they would support it. One was language that the Measure R monies must supplement and not replace the general fund positions that were in place at that time. A Citizens Oversight Committee was required by the people of the city of Galt to sound the alarm if and when some future city council tried to use Measure R to cut those general fund positions that were in place at that time in 2008. Or try to siphon off money from Measure R tax proceeds for something other than the police department. Removing me from the Oversight Committee isn't going to shut me up. I'm a member of this community. These are all public meetings. I'm allowed to have my 5 minutes at every city council meeting. I'm allowed to come. I'm allowed to organize the public if that's what I choose to do. So what happened last Tuesday night was a red herring, and I want to talk about the really important thing here. Removing me isn't going to solve the city's budget problem, and cutting 2 police officer positions and cutting 1 dispatch person that are funded by the general fund is not allowed by Measure R, period. When I return, let's all take a deep breath and a big step backwards and address the real problems that Galt is facing right now with their budget. These budget problems are nothing new. I was appointed to the Parks and Rec Commission in 2006. We were discussing the exact same issues then, exactly the same, dropping revenues in the market, and at that time the general fund was $6 million. It's almost double now, and we're still hearing this thing about, well, we have to cut the police department because, sorry, it is not, you know, of inflation. And I heard last week also the excuse that, well, we're spending more money now than we did then, so that allows us to do this. No, that was not the test. It's feet on the street. Of course, inflation has occurred, so of course we're spending more money now than we were then. You're not allowed to freeze any police officer positions. You must cut somewhere other than the Galt Police Department. It's my understanding that right this time, we have the same number of positions of police and dispatch that we had before Measure R passed, and we also have the same number of positions that were in Measure R. None of those positions may be touched under Measure R. And there are several people in this room that could testify to that, if necessary, in a court of law as to what the original public intent was and what we told people. I have all the materials. I still have all the materials from the Political Action Committee. So I know I'm bringing bad news. I had posted on Facebook before the meeting last Tuesday night that I was planning to come to see whether or not there really was an intention to violate Measure R.
Kathleen, you'll need to wrap it up.
And unfortunately, I found that there was.
Kathleen, your time is up.
I know. I have lots of creative suggestions that I could make, but my time is up right now. But I'm here to tell you, you cannot. If you try to cut those police positions or remove me from the Oversight Committee for some personal thing, interpersonal thing that happened last week, you're basically buying two more lawsuits for the city. And I don't think that's really the best use of the city resources. And I hope that you realize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amos. All right, next up, Jacqueline Barassa on the short-term rentals and the city code.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jacqueline Barassa, and I've been a Galt resident for a majority of my life. My husband and I bought our first house here in Galt about 7 years ago, and we've worked extremely hard for what we have and what we've done to provide a safe and loving space for our children. Today, I'd like to speak to all of you about a terrible dilemma that has occurred on our street and caused so much pain to our neighborhood. I would like to bring clarity to everyone sitting in front of me to ultimately help secure a solution. I feel confident I've taken all the appropriate steps, reached out to the correct authorities, and have done the research to present this to you this evening. Sorry. Speaking for the majority of my neighborhood, my neighbors know that I'm here to represent them and have given me their full support. In October of 2018, 69 Lorna Way went on the market. The real estate agent that had listed this decided to buy it himself. Being friendly, we introduced ourselves and welcomed him to the neighborhood. He informed us that he lived in Elk Grove and soon would be moving his family to the house. He never moved in, but rather within a couple months, we witnessed different people and cars coming and going from the location, staying for only 1 to 2 days at a time. This put a huge red flag up. Within a month, started the extremely loud parties with noise going far beyond the noise curfew of 10 p.m. Now, we are all full supportive of an occasional birthday party celebration or other fun and enjoyable get-togethers, but when it advances from weekends to nightly, causing both our children and ourselves being woken up at all hours, it starts to seriously affect our happiness. My husband leaves for work first thing in the morning with only a couple hours of sleep because of this. We live stressed. We live stressed and we do not feel safe, and we are close to listing our home. This house has brought chaos to our entire neighborhood and takes away how blessed we thought we were. I first brought this to the police station's attention 9 months ago. They informed me that I needed to speak with City Code. I spoke with City Code that same week. I was informed that there was nothing I could do about it, and they are breaking any codes except maybe a slap on the wrist for noise after 10. So we all discovered that this was an Airbnb. Anyone not familiar with what an Airbnb is, it's an online website that provides a short-term stay in homes. This becomes extremely convenient when in large groups due to cost. It has been a hugely popular for not only people that travel, but we've learned places to throw unmonitored parties with little to zero consequences. Unfortunately, as neighbors, we're the ones paying these consequences. We have tried multiple times to speak with the guests, but the majority could care less about our needs due to checking out the very next day. Trash is left on the streets and in our lawns, ranging from liquor bottles to condom wrappers. A neighbor witnessed a man sitting in his car, eating from a party plate, then throwing it out his window and driving off. There have been street racing in the middle of the day, all while my children are outside playing in our yard. They play basketball on our neighbors' hoops, walk across our lawns while openly drinking and smoking marijuana. There's been ongoing underage drinking, and the police have seen yet done nothing about but knock on the door, speak to the responsible, and leave only for music to go back up and the parties to continue. They ride on the tops of their cars doing donuts on our street. These events are being posted on their social media accounts as houses to come party at without control. They have over 100 people show up that they don't even know. There are many nights my teenager will get off work late and have to park down the street from our house due to so many cars, and she's scared to even walk up to our front door. These guests are the end product of a home bought to create revenue and can be anyone. Even Megan's Law residents now have a loophole. Just last month, the party got so out of hand that multiple calls were made to the police station by numerous neighbors to the sums of at least 8 to 10 phone calls. Our street got taken over by the renters who became extremely aggressive. Backup was called and 4 more police cars arrived. All of us are scared to even go outside. When we call, we almost always stay anonymous now due to any repercussion of the owners being hostile. After the police left, we heard them cursing us out, which continued far into the morning. We've tried talking to the homeowner, and he is argumentative and doesn't take any responsibility. He denies any knowledge of our residents' actions or his residents' actions. He told me that he wasn't even going to stop renting this home out as an Airbnb. He originally listed the house as a party rental, but now revised it. The same man just so happened to sell another house in Elk Grove in the same exact street as another Airbnb that was advertised as a party house as well. And in June of 2019, this summer, had a graduation party that got out of hand, multiple people with guns, and people got shot. Neighbors' cars, house windows were shot. I live across the street from this home that currently has the same reputation leading down the same exact path. Multiple emails have been written to Airbnb about this location from numerous neighbors as he is breaking multiple rules with them as well.
Jacqueline,
Most common being,
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
okay, can I just end it with one little sentence?
Sure.
There has been at least 6 police incident reports in the last 60 days. I gave you guys packets. This owner has been cited and has had citizens arrested, and he's breaking county code now as well. They aren't allowed to, it says in big red letters, under no circumstance shall short-term rentals be used as full-time occupancy. He has to be living in this home. So he's breaking law with county code as well. And I do thank Chris because I have talked to him a couple times and he's being very cooperative, but we need a solution. We're beyond frustrated in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much for speaking about that. Mr. Hagland, is there somebody needs to meet with her or the chief?
Yes, we will meet with her. I think that the ultimate issue is going to likely a zoning issue and how we deal with
Airbnbs.
these sorts of vacation rentals within the bounds of the law. And Chris, I don't know if you have anything.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the issue, and we don't have any regulation on Airbnb. The owner of the property does have a business license for a rental, did not indicate whether it's short-term or long-term. When approved, it was just assumed it was, monthly rental type thing. But we do have language in our code that requires, it's in the definitions, that for a single-family residential, there has to be a full-time occupant. So the property owner was sent a letter. He was given time to respond. I believe that is up this week, and we'll cite them accordingly for illegal use on the property. So I am familiar with the situation, and we're trying to address it. When we do our code update, as part of that grant that I was given permission to go for a couple meetings ago, we will include an Airbnb and be more specific about that type of use.
And the only comment I want to make is that we are aware of the situation. The officers go out and handle each situation individually. We document all of it, and then our department and community development have been working hand in hand about this specific address. And we're working on it collaboratively to try to figure out what we can do. The one incident at a time, I mean, it really makes it difficult to resolve it. You can cite, you can arrest, you can chase people away, but she's right. The minute we leave, everything cranks back up. That's every house party that we go to. But without an owner on site, it makes it extremely difficult. So So we've been working with community development to try to take care of it on the administrative end, specifically with the homeowners, so. So I encourage you, call every time. Just, I know you do. I know I know how many calls for service. I know your frustration level. Call us every single time. We will respond every single time. Everything that's going on out there is being documented and is being shared so that there's anything that we can do administratively. That's the avenue that we're taking right now, because I think the property owner is really the one that we should be addressing this issue with. So.
Chris, in terms of I know you notified the property owner, but the penalties, can you elaborate on what the penalties would be if?
Well, it would be typical code citation, which would be, I think the first is, $500, and then it's $100 a day thereafter for a violation of a code for an illegal use. And again, the idea of that zone in an R1C is for a single-family home, and rentals are okay, but for the long-term occupancy of a family. And so the short-term occupancy meets more of the definition of a hotel, which is not a permitted use in that zone. So that's what again, we sent him a letter, I want to say 2 weeks ago, gave him a couple weeks to respond, have not heard from him, so we are going to start citation.
Okay, yeah, and I was going to say, backing up to that, if the county has an ordinance in place addressing the short-term,
we'll adopt it.
Rental, we could, lift portions of that, adopt it locally, and I don't know whether that would meet the criteria for a 4/5 urgency ordinance or not.
We would have to look at the terms of the ordinance. It might potentially meet
Okay.
the urgency ordinance. I have worked on short-term rental ordinances, some of which were adopted by urgency, some are not, depending on the circumstances, so.
Because that could provide some real immediate relief.
Correct.
Assuming this doesn't work.
Correct.
To follow up that question, because, the B&B, the owner should be registered with B&B, because if they say anybody is staying less than 30 days, they have to pay the transit tax to the city or county. Otherwise, if you follow that, you can find out they might don't register just advertising, but they have to register in B&B in order to legally do like in short term.
Retroactively apply it.
You could see in the packets that we've actually written Airbnb quite a few times, and just reading the reviews online, they're not very responsive. But what I can tell you is the main law that they're breaking is that it's supposed to be 15 adults and 5 children in one night, and they're breaking that every single weekend, amongst many other things. But just like my own family, we've stayed in Airbnbs. Obviously cost, it makes sense sometimes when you're going places, but when it's this many people, it's just not a good idea in a residential neighborhood.
Well, Ms. Ross, we appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I know it's
Thank
not easy to come and talk to us, and it's an
tell.
emotional, it's
Sorry.
an emotional issue for you.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you taking the time and making us aware, and we're gonna to the bottom of this.
Chris, what's the timeline? You said you think that the response period for the letter ends this week. So moving forward, what's the timeline before something
Well,
can actually?
I have to go and check my data. I don't recall off the top of my head what our dates were, but I generally know that his time is up either at the end of last week or beginning of this week. So the timeline for cooperation will really depend on the property owner and his appetite to continue receiving fines. So we're hoping that the fines will get his attention and get him in here, and will revoke his business license.
So yeah, I actually lived about 6 houses from this house for about 13 years. I raised all my children in that neighborhood, so it actually it makes me mad to hear this. So I would really want to stay on top of this, and if you could report back to me and keep me informed as soon as anything changes in this, Chris, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
That would apply to the entire council.
Yes.
Yeah, report back to the council. All right, thank you. Next up, we have Jean Davenport with general comments. And then Mr. Davidson, you'll be after that.
Hi, Gene Davenport. I live in the city of Galt, and I love coming here talking to you folks. I miss you. It's true. I want to talk about the proposed budget for tonight. You know, it's really something that if you go through it and you look at it, and, you know, the meeting last week was really informative, and I appreciated the time and effort put in, but once again, the city taxpayers are taking the brunt of the shortfall that was created by administration. And that's a continuing problem that we have in this city. And it's time to stop the nonsense and stop the bleeding and start to do something proactive to get back to us. The bottom line is that in the budgetary that he put forth, he's talking about eliminating the planning commission. It's one of the few things the taxpayers are a part of. And he wants to take that away from the taxpayers, as we're a part of the process of the city, and turn it over to a department head. And I happen to like the department head. I get along with him most of the time. How you doing? But it's disingenuous to take us out of the process, regardless of what shortfalls happen because of administrative error. Just don't ask, just rescind the raises that were given out. Just do it. Make the pain go someplace else for a while, rather than on our backs all the time. I just think it's disingenuous for us to continue to saddle the problems every single time that we have an issue in this city. And this happened before, and it's always come back on us. And so, as a taxpayer, I'm just saying, you guys got to reevaluate how you're going to do this thing tonight, because I think you're going to anger a lot of people, and a lot of people are going to get mad. I mean, like this lady that has an Airbnb. Why do we even have an Airbnb in this town? This is a bedroom community. We're not within 30 miles of anybody wanting to go visit, maybe a couple of the wineries. So, I mean, common sense should just, you know what, just allow Airbnbs, period. I don't know, but you put it in, I'm sure you can do it. But, I mean, it goes against who we are as a community for things like that to happen. Going forward, along with the budgetary items, I just think you need to consider something I brought up time and time again, the dispensaries. My daughter buys me CBD, whatever that stuff is, for my hand. I have rheumatoid arthritis, and I have the other brand too. I got two forms of them. But I put the cream on, and it does ease the pain. And she buys that for me once a month, and it's over $100. So that's tax money that's going to another county or another city or whatever, because we don't have anything that we can go on. It's a legal option. I know a lot of people aren't in favor, but a lot of people are. The bottom line is, if it can help by 20 to 25% with the deficit that we have, shouldn't you be considering that as the elected body? Because the bottom line is, we have to get out of this hole, and we can only do it if we take common sense approach. Not everybody's going to like everything that we do anyway. But if we take it one step at a time and do something that we can regulate, that we can oversee, that we can make the rules up. So I think you need to consider that. And when you talk about how this thing is happening, I'm just tired of the taxpayers. We're getting shorted on everything. This teen center, they came to you 6 months ago, I think it was, and asked for your input and help in getting things started. And literally, it was never talked about again. They came up tonight and gave a wonderful presentation, something this community needs, but with the hole that we're in, you know, you can all smile and say, great presentation. I'll go there personally. I'll do that personally, but as a city, we're not going to help you. That's basically what you got to tell them, because that's the truth. Where are you going to get the money? We have holes to fill, and those kids need a place, because you know what? This city has never treated their youth properly. I really don't believe that. It's not to say that it was done purposely, but we really lacked in helping the youth in the city. That being said, my time is coming to a close. I want to also address the Measure R on Tom's agenda item 2. Somebody brought up a point about what this person did. I don't like it. I didn't see it, but just being described, I didn't like it. But the fact of the matter is,
Mr. Davenport, your time is
if you're
up.
going to remove somebody from a committee, how many other committee members and how many other commissioners have posted on social media? Because if they posted, you have to look into their negativity also. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. Next up, Greg Davidson about Galt's current fiscal position.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of the council, and thank you very much to the members of the community for being out here. That said, don't you just hate it when the guy ahead of you steals your topic? I was also going to speak in support of the dispensary. I think it's an item that the city should definitely be looking at. There is a lot of tax revenue going just up the road that we could use. I'd like to, luckily, I think fast on my wheels, so I'm going to come up with another topic that just came to my attention when I came in here. The handicapped accessibility of this chamber is bordering on non-ADA compliant and certainly is a fire hazard. If I had $1 for every person who's ran into my chair, used my chair as something to help themselves along in the aisle, pushed off of my chair, kicked my chair, whatever, I could blow a big hole in the budget deficit that we have right tonight. That needs to be looked at. I looked at the last row of seating there. All you would have to do is take a couple of screws loose, maybe a bolt from the chair next to it, and we could have a place. We are a very small community, I understand that, but any one of you is 1 second away from being where I'm at right now. I'd really like to see that improved. I'm happy to see so many friendly faces. Chris, if I can call you by your first name, you've worked with me before. Back when, oddly enough, to get back to this other topic, we were implementing Proposition 64, and I'm happy to see how well that's gone. Ms. Hood, I worked with you as well. And Chief, it's always great to see you. I'm going to talk about the history of Galt as I know it for the past 30 years having lived here. So when I say the council, I'm not addressing any of you. Please don't take my comments that way. For the 30 years that I've lived here, we've always watched as the council had this push me, pull you relationship with the growth of Galt. When we first moved here, and for quite a while afterwards, if your child came home from school and their shoes had been stolen, their shoes had gotten ruined, their shoes had gotten lost in gym class, whatever, there was no place to buy your children a pair of tennis shoes. We begged them for Walmart. We begged City Council for Walmart, and they fought and they fought and they fought. We finally got it. We could be hosting the Toyota Amphitheater, which Bill Graham Presents wanted to build here, but we didn't want to scare the cows. Now, I have nothing against cows. I have nothing against dairies or the people who work there, but it's an example of how decisions made about are we going to be a small town or are we going to be a big town are now coming home to roost. The other thing I'd like to I commend my fellow citizens for being here, but also I hear a lot of complaining at the hair salon or at the grocery store or at Walmart or wherever around town, but I don't hear a lot of solutions. And for a city of 20+ some thousand to be facing the problems that we're facing and thinking that these 5 people up here and the associated staff are going to solve them is pure folly. It's never going to happen. I grew up in a small town. I grew up in Placerville. We faced a lot of the same challenges, and it was for a lot of the same reasons. We had Highway 50 that just cut right through the town. When my wife and I moved here, there was no east side, west side. It puts an undue burden on the chief and our other first responders to get from one side of the freeway to the other. So we're facing a lot of difficult issues, but I think we need to, instead of complaining so much, we need to come to the city council meetings and present ideas, whatever your ideas are. City council can tell us if it's a good idea or not. The chief may shoot it down for whatever reason. City attorneys, whatever. But bring your ideas here. Bring your ideas. These are the people who are working to solve the problems that we're now facing. Whether you agree with them or not, these are the people that are going to listen to the community and help us to get out of the hole that we're in. And thank you very much for taking on that responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. All right, reports by city.
Always fixed. See, these are the kinds of
Out in the back. All right, next up. Agenda item, okay. Reports by city council members on regional boards, commissions, and committees. Vice Mayor Farmer?
Nothing at the moment. If I remember, I'll come back to it.
Councilmember Sandu?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Campion?
Nothing right now.
Councilmember Lozano?
Just briefly, Sacramento Transportation Authority meeting is next Thursday, so I'll have something to report back after that. We're going to start looking at funding models moving into the next year, so that's kind of the high topic item right now. And then SACOG, Policy and Innovation Committee meeting is next Monday, and then, of course, the monthly meetings coming up as well. So nothing specifically to report on them, but just let you know that they're coming up, and I'll have it a report next meeting.
Thank you. The Youth Commission meeting was moved till next Monday, so I would have usually attended that by now, and then we have an Air Quality Board meeting coming up. So information consent calendar, we have one item left on it. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of August 20, 2019, and a special meeting of August 27, 2019?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Councilmember Lozano, seconded by Councilmember Campion. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer?
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu?
Aye.
Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Lamson?
Aye, motion passes 5-0. And then Councilmember Sandu pulled item J2 to receive and file warrants for period ending August 21st, 2019.
I have a few clarification on that, the warrant. The amount is 34,348. Can you write it on a page 1?
Tell me again the vendor,
Is
please.
it 54 or 34?
I think 54,348.
Okay.
I think vendor is Elgrove Auto.
Oak Grove Auto.
Grove.
That is 2 vehicles. You want to speak to that out of Fund 38?
Those are the police vehicles, 2 of the police vehicles that were approved last year. So we pay the bill when they're delivered, so we've taken delivery of them.
Okay, thank you. And the next on page number 2, 76,651. I think that's with the R3 Consulting Group. Is that check just for what kind of service and just one-time check or what base?
It looks like SMUD to me, but I don't know.
Oh, it's, so, I don't know, it's smart or?
See on page 2, see the big 76,000?
That's smart? Yeah. Oh, that's on smart, right?
That's 651, yeah.
Oh, that's smart, right?
That's for, did you say SMUD or R3? It
Yeah,
should be
I think
R3.
The 74,000, 76,000?
The 76,651 is for SMUD. That's an electric
Oh,
bill.
if it's smart, that's its clear sale. Thank you. And that's it, thank you.
Is that it? Anybody else? All right. Can I get a motion to approve and receive and file warrants for the period ending August 21st, 2019?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Campion, seconded by Councilmember Lozano. Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Farmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano.
Aye.
Mayor Lamson.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. I don't believe there's any scheduled matters.
Nope,
And the
there's
regular calendar, City Manager's Office, implementation of financial sustainability plan with fiscal year 2019 to 20, supplemental budget adjustments, and council direction on long and midterm actions. Interim City Manager Haglund.
Thank you, Mayor Lamson, members of the council. Good evening. This is the fourth in a series of meetings that we've been holding on the financial sustainability of the city and coming up with a plan to correct a major structural deficit that threatens the city's long-term financial viability if it continues to go unchecked. And as you can see, we began this journey on the 17th of July. We had a very lengthy presentation on the general fund, all the departments that make up the general fund, those costs. We presented you with ideas from the various departments for cuts or expenditure reductions that they could make at that meeting, and then that was followed on July 31st with a review of the Parks and Recreation Department and Lighting Landscape District funds. As the council will recall, and as you and the community will see in just a couple slides, both Parks and Recreation and Lighting Landscape Districts have deficits that are in turn covered by the general fund, causing the general fund to have an ongoing structural deficit. And then on August 27th, I presented you with options and my recommendations for expenditure reductions in the short term that would provide us with a balanced general fund budget. And I talked with you also about midterm and long-term work that we need to do, and I'll get to that in a minute as well. And so we will, tonight, for your consideration, is the expenditure reductions that I have advanced for you and for you to provide us with direction relative to long-term and midterm budget options. We saw last week and we defined fiscal sustainability, and sustainability is the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level. If you look in the dictionary, that's what sustainability is going to tell you, or define how it would be defined. The ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level. And so fiscal sustainability, or more appropriate for the city, public finance sustainability, is the ability basically of the government to sustain its operations, continually be able to pay its bills without threatening government solvency. That's not where we're at right now, but we want to get there. And we also talked about what fiscal sustainability is not. Fiscal sustainability is marked by some of the discussion we'll have tonight as to midterm and long-term issues we need to address. Fiscal sustainability is not a one-and-done mentality, nor is fiscal sustainability maintaining a failed or failing status quo. We have to change. We have to do something different. And fiscal sustainability is not a short-term proposition. It's long-term. It's an everyday. It's an every budget cycle recognition that that budget should be balanced, that the budget should be able to demonstrate to the community that the city is going to live within its means. And so therefore, it's a long-term commitment. And so here are the numbers that we've been looking at, and we continue to see it, and I'm hoping that it doesn't become like the wallpaper, something that we forget about because we've seen it so often. But for the sake of the community that is present tonight that hasn't been present here before, we started last fiscal year. The city operates on a fiscal year, July 1 to June 30. That's our fiscal year. Our budget lives and breathes by within that time frame. And so on June 30th of 2018, we ended that fiscal year, FY18, with $10,500 in the general fund. And from that, we had to pay some bills that were languishing out there. And those are all marked by the first 4 lines in brackets. Brackets mean a negative number in our accounting world. And so we made those deductions, and then we set aside $4.4 million. And we set that aside, parked it over here, set it aside for a rainy day, for those unknown things that might strike us, that we might need to spend money on, that we didn't otherwise have budgeted. And that left us, when we make all those subtractions from the $10.5 million, it left us with $4.85 million in available fund balance. That was over and above what we had set aside for in our reserves. Then we took money in here in revenues, sales tax, property tax, others fees. We reviewed all those different types. All those presentations are available on our website. And then we had our expenditures for the general fund. Everything we spend money on in the general fund, police, public works, the whole gamut. We had some capital, and we had some money that the general fund owed out to other funds that had performed a service for the general fund. Then we started covering the deficits in the West Side Lighting Landscape District, the deficit in the Parks and Recreation Fund of $1.4 million, and some deferred maintenance that resulted in a negative charge. And from that $4.8 million, it dropped down to $2.4 million in available fund balance, an over expenditure, if you will, of $2.4 million. And so we carry that up, and we started this year on July 1 in our budgeted allocations in the city budget. We started with $2.4 million. Took money in, just like we did the year before. Transfers in from services rendered to other funds. And then we had our expenses. And note that our general fund expenses year over year declined almost $1 million. In FY19, $14.6 million, almost $14.7. In FY20, $13.7. So the city has been trying to cut, and clearly the deficit this year is less than last year, but it's a deficit nonetheless, and it's too large. So we had some capital improvement that we need to do this year, some transfers out like the previous year, to the tune of $178,000 from the general fund going out to other funds in the city. Then we have the Northeast Lighting Landscape District. We avoided a deficit in FY19 only by the skin of our teeth, because we had a one-time payment for something come in, or a one-time amount of money that eliminated the deficit for that year. But otherwise, it's about almost $70,000. And we see the deficit in the west side continuing to grow. Here, through the efforts of the Parks and Recreation Department, they cut more than $200,000 out of the budget, reduced the deficit by about $200,000, but still it's a $1.2 million deficit. Again, we have deferred maintenance, or just some things we have to do. And if we spend all of this, if we only take in this, and we spend all of this year, we will have dropped from a starting fund balance of $2.4 million down to $777,000. And that's the issue that we've been trying to correct. That's the problem we're trying to correct by making by developing a financial sustainability plan and making some immediate expenditure reductions, and then looking to midterm reductions that we can make and long-term. So another way to display everything I've just showed you on the general fund is to take a look at a graph. Left to its own devices, as I've said in a number of meetings, this blue line is our general fund. It's typically okay. I mean, it's okay. It's growing ever so slowly, but growing a little bit, especially in these last couple years. So what's the problem? Well, I went over some numbers on the previous slide, but this gold line is the lighting landscape districts, dipping below the even mark. And as we're in FY20 here, they're dipping below, and they'll go further and further. But the really stark line, and the line that should, as I've said, give us all pause for concern, is this green line, because that represents Parks and Recreation. And it represents a consistent descent into the financial abyss. More than $8 million will have been spent and not recovered in any way for a combination of reasons that I'll get to in a minute by 2024. Why is that important to this blue line? Because the blue line has to pay for the gold line and the green line. And this dashed line is what happens to the blue line if we continue with these deficits unchecked. By 2024, you will be out of this available fund balance, and you'll also be out of your rainy day reserve. So we want to avoid that. So as I've said, the threat to the general fund is the continued loss or costs associated with Parks and Recreation, especially over the next 5 years, where we will, again, left unchecked, will run out of general fund, available fund balance, and reserve. Why is this happening? Well, increases in the cost of Parks and Recreation, minimum wage for one, the increases in competitive maintenance costs. We fielded costs this year on our landscape maintenance alone that went as high as $750,000 when we had previously been paying $400,000 a year, or a little more than that a year for the cost of all of our landscaping services. It's our market. The Galt flea market, or the Galt market, excuse me, has lost over $1 million in the last, well, since 2005, so the last 14, 15 years. And that depicts the loss. In 2005, we were bringing in nearly $3.6 million into the Galt market. This year, well, in FY19, it was somewhere around just over $2.5 million. And so the loss of more than $1 million in flea market income and the increase in costs in Parks and Recreation, competitive landscaping costs alone over time, as well as other costs, some of which are mandated on us, and other just natural costs since 2005. Everything, inflation affects everything except our flea market revenues, it seems. We have the expenditure costs crossing the line. And pretty soon, those expenditure costs are going to outpace our market. And our big concern about our market is this picture. We see that there's a couple dips, but it's a steady decline. And can we stop that? Is it really a function of being able to correct that and take revenues back up? That's a very difficult question, and it certainly isn't in our immediate future. So how will financial sustainability occur? First, we have to take a look at our long-term revenue sources and ask ourselves whether or not we need to make modifications. The lighting landscape districts, west side and northeast, those were costs set in the early 1990s. They haven't increased since then. And so we're paying for 2019 costs, elevated costs in lighting landscape. Again, that's all competitively bid with 1990-something dollars. That's just one example. But we need to look at developing revenue sources to take the place of a declining market. We have to anticipate a landing with that market very potentially no longer existing at some point in the not-too-distant future. We have to look at midterm options. And those are options that could be expenditure reductions. We talked last week that midterm options are those types of options that require us to either analyze something more particularly and evaluate whether or not a particular action can be taken either to promote revenue or to reduce expenses. We talked about those looking at employee-related expenses. 71% of our budget is related to city employees, and because we're a service organization, the employees provide those services. Employing someone is a very expensive proposition. And so if we want to look at options that would reduce our overall employment costs, some of that may require bargaining in good faith with our bargaining units, consistent with California law. So a lot of those are options that we look to the council for direction on, but they aren't something that we can unilaterally do. And so what's before you tonight are those immediate short-term efforts. They, in the short term, if approved, they will balance our general fund budget in a way that doesn't mean that they are expenditure reductions forever, but that they are the instant unilateral way in which we can balance our general fund as we work on midterm and long-term options. Because if we don't work on midterm and long-term options, we're destined for more cuts and more cuts on an annual basis, year after year, and that is not going to end well. So the recommended action is to make those expenditure reductions. In total, between the amount of reductions, $1,051,535, and some revenue items that we were able to research and correct in the couple months we've been working with that, all add up to the $1.4 million. So the two items that we talked about last week were sales tax revenue. We've had some businesses start. They've come into the reporting picture. We have the reporting of sales tax from the State Board of Equalization is delayed by many, many months. So a business can start yesterday, and we may not know for 3, 4, 5 months what it is their sales tax reporting, or what their sales tax reporting is going to look like. And so with the businesses that came in just recently into the reporting picture since we started all this, we have forecast that they'll report an additional $192,000 in revenue. And then we talked last week about the cost allocation plan, where a modification to the cost allocation plan occurred in 2017. We don't believe that it was ever fully implemented in the way in which it was intended to be. We had a more independent analysis occur of that cost allocation plan, and we were able to identify an additional $183,000 that should be recovered to the general fund for services that the general fund has rendered to other funds. And so when we take on balance the proposed short-term expenditure reductions and the additional revenues that we've identified, we are able to balance the general fund budget through the end of this fiscal year. And so our recommended action is that a series of things. One, that as to the long-term and midterm budget options, that you provide us with direction. Certainly with respect to long-term revenues, we would recommend that you direct us to bring back information on what a parcel tax would do for raising revenues over the long term. Remember from last week, parcel tax couldn't possibly be implemented before November of 2020. Well, couldn't be voted on before November of 2020, and it wouldn't be implemented until 2021, and the same with a potential sales tax. We also talked about CFDs, and perhaps looking at taking that to the community. All of these require community input. They require community approval, but they are nonetheless things that we should be anticipating or looking at as we anticipate the continued loss of flea market revenue over time. And so we're recommending that you go forward with the proposed expenditure reductions and provide us with direction on the midterm and long-term items that we previously discussed. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'll start it off, and then I'll let somebody else go, and then we can come back. I just wanted to get clarification, Tom, on a few items that are on this list, just for my own knowledge and for public knowledge as well. First off, I think I asked this last time, but starting from the top of the list down, so this is the list I'm looking at, Tom, the post. Okay, so make sure we're looking at the same thing. All right. So items number, basically everything listed as a landscape reduction of sorts. Those are all the ones we voted for already.
That's right.
Exception of the tree one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exception of the.
That's correct.
The first item on page 2.
Sorry.
The 9,215. That's something that wasn't included in the original vote, right?
Correct. That was not included in the original vote. This is something that we've taken out of the budget. We did not enter into a contract with A+ Tree Service to maintain the trees. We had a program through the state of California that provided us 20 volunteers for approximately 9 months last year, and we utilized that staff to maintain all of our trees within the city.
Okay. All right, and then this next item would be, so again, that I totaled it up, it came with like 151, I might be a little bit off, but, so I'm assuming I calculated all those correctly. The $10,000, Tom, on the admin city manager reduced contingency, that's basically the 10,000 out of the 30,000 contingency that currently exists, is that right?
Yes.
So reducing it down?
Right.
And the contingency money is, explain what that is.
Well, so that had been put into the budget, I think when the city developed its last budget, it was cutting a number of things. And I showed you up on the previous slide. There had been, roughly about $1 million reduction between FY19 and FY20 in the general fund. And as I understand it, at the point at which the city was going through that, they were cutting things that might otherwise need to be in there as an effort to make those cuts, but ended up adding a contingency to the city manager budget to be able to address things that and issues that might come up. Or that would otherwise have been budgeted for somewhere else, maybe not to the total amount. I mean, it was only $30,000, but provided that contingency budget so that the council and the city manager might be able to have something that could be utilized and as expenditure money if there was an issue that needed to be addressed. If there weren't any issues that needed to be addressed, it would go unspent and it would just accrue to fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. And so what I did in going back through here and coming up with the ultimate recommendation was simply try to preserve some amount of that, most of these issues would come up when something gets presented to the city council or something fails that we don't have money for, and we come to the council and say, this thing happened, and we might have contingency money. And I think Claire did you have something you wanted to say on that?
And it's also a factor of timing. So if an emergency comes up and there isn't money in any of the department budgets because things have been sliced or deferred, and then something breaks, sometimes we have to act quickly, and according to policy, we have to have a budget to be able to do that. So anything charged against the contingency comes back to council for a report.
Right. Thank you, Tom. I wanted to clarify what it was coming from, and I wanted the public to understand what that funds are for.
And just to further clarify, at one point I think I cut almost all of it, you know, and so then, you know, we had several moving parts. I had asked the finance department to go back through and take another look at our general fund revenues. And although I didn't anticipate that any modifications would be made there because we had just done that in the spring, we did identify the additional sales tax. And then we were having the cost allocation plan looked at and analyzed, you know, that comparative look between what had been done prior to 2017 and then the 2017 plan. And we identified another 183,000 that should be recovered. And so that began to relieve many of the recommendations. If you look at that original list that we developed, that we went over on earlier in August, it was much longer, much more exhaustive than this list, and totaled a lot more money. And so then I began trying to reduce the impact to some of these areas in order to lessen either in this case, the ability of the city to maneuver quickly if need be, or the impact to services that ultimately are services to the community and the various departments.
Okay. One more clarification, and then I'll let somebody else go, and then I can take a turn back in a little bit. So the last item was for Armando, the 15,000. I think I asked you about this last time, but I just want to recap on this. The 15,000 for the reducing the front desk hourly staff. That was a position. That was a part-time position that would be eliminated, and then you would spread that workload on the others, or you were just going to scale back the hours for that person?
It would be 2 part-time and 1 temporary position. We'd reduce hours by 1 hour in the morning for 1 employee, 1 hour in the afternoon for another employee, and go from 4 to 3 hours for an employee who covers the lunches.
So it's an equal sacrifice from each of the, not a position being eliminated.
Yes, and so there will only be 1 person there from 7:45 to 8:45, and 1 person there from 4:45 to 5:45. So in the morning and afternoon, when people are trying to get in and out, there'll only be 1 person working that window.
Okay, thanks, Armando. Someone else want to go?
Yeah, you know, just funny clarification on the public work department. They are reducing only $70,000 from the total budget, right? When I talked to you, Tom, you said there was also $180,000 also a reduction. Could you explain to the public?
Right. So one of the things we're doing in Public Works is that while this represents a specific cut, Public Works may have a lot of positions that get allocated out to various funds, and because they, you know, let's take an engineer. Part of their work may be general fund, part of their work may be wastewater, part of it may be water, part of it may be in the streets, which is covered by gas tax or something like that. So, you know, essentially, I'm just trying to communicate that each employee at Public Works may touch a number of different funds. And one of the things early on that we looked at, and it was one of the benefits of having a fresh set of eyes out of our Public Works Director, Mike Selling, who began I think in February, was looking at what those allocations were like, and then going back and doing the underlying work to determine that we were over-allocated in the general fund with some of these positions. And so that became a central issue for the cost allocation plan. And so the Public Works Department has reallocated or established a more appropriate allocation, which is a bit lower for general fund, to reflect the amount of work that they document happens in the other funds. And so that ultimately was, or initially was about $103,000, and then ultimately was, I think, 183. That 183 in cost allocation, I think, is almost exclusively in the Public Works Department. But what's important to know there is that all of the positions out there are somehow allocated out and don't all rest entirely in the general fund.
Okay. My next item is $35,000 attorney reduced special legal services item.
So there are a number of ways that cities will budget for their legal services, and we have two primary categories. We have a retainer category, which we pay, we receive our services under contract with the firm Best & Krieger. And they provide those under an agreement with the city that establishes a retainer. It provides a certain amount of work each month under that retainer. And then, and so that gets budgeted. That's the first component. The second component is really something that I guess I'll call, for lack of a better phrase, special litigation, or special legal, actually, not litigation, let's not presume, but special legal services that aren't otherwise covered by the retainer. And so how you budget that really is what you're anticipating. In some years, it can be higher, and in some years, it can be lower. And so as I looked at how that was being budgeted, my determination was that the special legal component, that second component, I believe is too high for budget purposes. Doesn't mean you might not face an unknown and have to then allocate additional funding to special legal to cover costs. But for purposes of a budget, I'm completely comfortable with budgeting something less than that. So I think I left about $60,000, $65,000 in the special legal side of that. We'll either use it or we won't. And it will either be used, if it's used, it'll be with the council's full knowledge and understanding. And if it's not used, it will then accrue to the fund balance of the general fund at the end of the fiscal year. But that is to say that I reduced it down to that amount, and so that's why you see the $35,000 reflected there.
So that means there is around $100,000 is a special services, but you reduced to 35.
I reduced it.
And there is still $65,000, $70,000.
60 or 65, it's still in there.
And that money, nobody know. We maybe use more money, or we does not use that money.
Right.
I'd like to ask a question. Tom, earlier there was some discussion regarding Measure R and freezing positions in both dispatch and police. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that and provide some clarification.
Well, we believe that everything we're proposing here is consistent with Measure R.
The attorney agrees with you as well?
Yes, I've reviewed the Measure R, and it's my understanding that they're not actually cutting the positions, that they're freezing the positions, and that they're not using the Measure R money to then pay for those general fund positions, which that obviously would be a problem under Measure R. Of course, I'm happy to meet with Ms. Amos and go over the materials she has. And
okay. Thank you.
With that being said, though, on what he said, though, but if we were to freeze positions and then essentially fill a position, say we freeze positions and then we end up filling a Measure R position after that point, aren't we essentially, you know, because I understand that Tom and I went over the whole legality of how you guys interpret it, and I've heard the other side of the story for a long, long time about the verbiage, and there's some gray areas, and depending on who interprets, but it clearly does say, you know, supplement and replace. So I hear that when I see that phrase, and then I think about, you know, it's one thing to freeze and still keep Measure R positions filled. Like, we have Measure R some now, and we lose officers in the general fund, and then we just freeze those. I can see how that maybe is not a real clear thing, but if you're freezing positions and then you go ahead and hire an additional position to Measure R, then that clearly seems like a supplement, not replace, or a replace, not supplement kind of scenario.
Well, I don't think they're replacing the Measure R money into the general fund position. So Measure R discusses how the revenues collected shall supplement rather than replace existing city expenditures for police services as reflected in the fiscal year 2007-2008 budget. So it's my understanding that that budget was reviewed to determine that there was no cutting back from that, and then clearly you cannot use Measure R money to then replace those funds. That would be a clear violation of Measure R. But it's my understanding that that's not what is occurring. Again, I'm happy to review the materials again and look at it.
It's just, I mean, it is, I mean, because, you know, it's a big decision on what we're voting as to, three of the biggest line items on here. And so we just want to be clear from a legal standpoint where the city stands. Because us as a council, obviously, are looking directly at yourself and Tom to assure us of things that we're doing correctly. So that's why I just wanted to piggyback on what Kurt's comment.
Councilmember Lozano has something.
I do. Since we're on the subject, I think my understanding, and again, I've heard both sides of the debate on whether or not positions can be eliminated or not. I think the real question is this, and at least my understanding is that you either, Measure R either identified personnel or budget. And one would say that in the Measure R language, and I've read through it, that it identifies the 2007 and 8 budget year, and some would interpret that as the amount of staffing that was in place during that time. Others would say it would be the budget for the staffing during that time. And so, can you speak to that at all?
Well, one, we're not eliminating anything. So these positions will continue to exist. What we're doing is we're freezing them for the time being obviously as an expenditure reduction measure, but we're not eliminating the positions. And so that's first and foremost. And so therefore we're not, all of the Measure R positions are filled. We have 10.5 positions in Measure R, and all of the police officer positions are filled. And so as we've looked at this, we gave careful consideration to what the potential restrictions were in Measure R, and as I've indicated, and as the city attorney has indicated in her review of that, we are comfortable that there is no violation of Measure R here.
Okay,
but I think it is important to know we're not eliminating positions.
Rather freezing them, we'll keep them there, just won't use that expenditure for the remainder of this year. And then during this time.
Well, unless and until we achieve some midterm measure that then would say, the council would say, okay, as to what we did on our short-term decision-making, let's go back and, refund that.
Okay.
I would like to recognize Lieutenant Kalinowski.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say there's one detective's position and one dispatch position, and irrespective of what the council does, we won't get to those positions fundamentally before June 30th of this year. So the Measure R positions, whether they're filled or not filled, won't come into play. We have a number of general fund positions we need to get to, and the lag time to get those folks in and the known vacancies that are upcoming due to injuries and long-term disabilities, that'll outpace anything that we can backfill. So we're not going to have an issue with Measure R. I just want to put that on the record.
Since you're up there, Brian, sorry, Lieutenant, sorry to call you Brian.
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Since you're up there, you know, I met with you this afternoon and Lieutenant Small and Chief and kind of dug into this a little deeper because I wanted to, you know, have a better understanding of not just that, but and you being, you know, very knowledgeable to Measure R, but also just the positions in general. And I think this would be a great time just to touch on this real briefly is that the freezing of these positions, against what the public may think, this is not taking officers off the street. These two positions haven't been filled in probably years. We currently have 4 empty general fund patrol, and then another general fund, I believe another position that's.
You have a Measure R detective and then
Measure
a
R detective,
dispatcher.
but in the
So you
general
have
fund,
4
we have
general funds.
4 positions empty, and we have, I think, 4 or 5 that are actually injured officers, which are being paid, but they're not on the street. And some of those have been long-term, and some of those may not come back. So as those situations filter out, say someone's injured, he's going through that process, and it ends up he's not going to come back and be a police officer anymore, then that position frees. I mean, we potentially could be looking at 8 open slots based on that alone. Like Lieutenant said right now, I mean, we're just not going to get to those 2 positions. I mean, we're just not. So I would never be in favor of taking patrols off the street. I just wouldn't. I mean, I think there's several of us here, but I want to be clear to the public that what we're considering here, although we haven't voted on it yet, is not taking officers off the street, and we were not, and you can, Chief can attest, and you yourself told me today that that would not in no way, shape, or form be a reduction in the services that we are currently at right now. Is that correct?
That is a correct statement.
Chief, that's correct.
And I might add that the vernacular changes then. If you're going to take someone off the street, whether it's a police officer or whether it is a public works employee or any other employee, that's called a layoff.
Right.
And we aren't proposing any layoffs.
Right, that's correct. I know that, and I asked you guys that today, so.
So how long has it been since we've had these positions filled, the ones that we're freezing? It's been a while.
I've been here for 3.5 years. We've never gone, to my recollection, we have never gone below having at least 2 police officer vacancies.
Yeah.
Or unfilled positions. So, like I said at the last meeting, we've been as high as 7, and I think we've been as low as 2. But so that it has been pretty much the normal for us. Not from a lack of effort. We've done a lot of recruitment, but it just takes a long time to find candidates, and it takes a long time to get them through the process. And that's the same for every police agency in the state of California. It's not just Galt.
Yeah, I'm hearing that with a lot. So if something were to come up and we got everything balanced and we had people, then the council, at council's discretion, we could fill those.
It was brought to my attention that there actually isn't a number listed in the Measure R as what the budget number was at that particular time. So if there's a benchmark and says we cannot go below.
And we know that number. So the general fund today is about $1,039,000 higher than it was in 2008.
So what you're saying is there may not be an actual number mentioned there, but there would be verbiage as you interpret it that says that comments towards, that mentions
Yeah,
what
the
budget number is at
baseline
that
is
time.
the budget in fiscal year 2008. And today, in fiscal year 2020, we're budgeted at $1,039,000 and change above that 2008 level.
Okay. What else? Not yet. I'm going to let the council finish their discussion over the presentation. It might be a little bit a while before we open it up for more public comment. But you have already spoken to.
Yeah, so she can speak after we're done talking about this. Is that what we're
It's up to the council.
I would allow her to speak if it's okay with the rest of the council when we're done talking about it. So switching gears just a little bit, I noticed, I asked you, Tom, about that contingency, but I asked you, there's 2 contingency items in here. One's a reduction of $27,179, and the other's the $10,000 I mentioned. So looking in the budget that I have been adapting as my new homework over a long period of time, it basically here.
Okay.
These 2 city manager There's actually two items in here. One's missed. One is a contingency of 37,000. Actually, in our 1920 budget, it's 30,000, and then underneath is professional services. So are those two items coming out of those two line items? I know you don't have the budget in front of you, but
I don't have the budget, but are you referring to the $27,179?
Yes.
Okay, so that is a little different. That's not a contingency, and what we tried to capture there was that it really
Oh, I
is.
see.
Yeah, it's
I see what you
taking out of maintenance M&O, but it's fundamentally reducing travel and training, and so a lot of that travel and training for the administrative office was packed into the city manager budget, and I think I'm virtually eliminating all the travel.
I see that. It's 5,500. There's 30. There's a bunch of things.
Right.
It's a culmination of those. Okay,
Right.
I get it now. Okay. Anybody else have something to say?
I do. I just one thing, and then Councilmember Sandu could go. I really appreciate, and we haven't talked about it much, appreciate the fact that you're recommending the reduction of council discretionary funds. And I think that even though this is short-term stuff we can take care of right now, I would ask that in the future, we really consider whether or not that's an expenditure that we need to have. I've thought this since before I was elected, and I just think it's only $5,000, but it is $5,000. And so I just want to throw that out because last week when we met, I spoke about having to really look at how we recover from cost savings reductions. And I spoke to the city manager at length about this today. We really need to think about how we're going to recover as we're doing reductions. And it's really going to come into play when we talk about mid and long-term goals and cost-saving reductions or increase in revenue. And so, again, I just wanted to point that out because we haven't talked about that at all. And I know some people in the community may or may not agree, and I'm sure some of my colleagues may or may not agree, but I don't think that that's something, I think the $5,000 could be used elsewhere.
I agree.
For better use. And so, anyhow, that's all I have on that. And I do want to hear what the public has to say today.
We got to hear Councilmember Sandu, though.
No, the same thing, I'm going to piggyback with the rest said, because we are elected officials. If we're going to cut everybody's department, we should set the example. And I know there's cutting only $6,000. I will ask the city manager if there is any room to cut from the council. I think, I don't know, my colleague will agree or not, we should. And same thing on the city clerk budget. City clerk budget is $287,000, and I believe we're cutting only $8,500. So if we can do anything because we are elected official and we have to set the example. If we ask all the department to cut their budget, we should be doing ourselves first. Then my next question I ask Armando. Armando, the reduce in training is $37.90. And what was your budget on the whole training?
So those trainings are for specifically our Parks Division. They're for spray certifications, playground inspector certifications. Currently, we're spraying under somebody else's license. Should that person leave the city employment, we would be without a person to fall under their license. So hopefully that person doesn't retire or leave.
And what's the budget? You're going to reduce $37.90, and what the budget you?
That is everything that is, except the things that are mandated.
Thank you.
I just agree with on the council discretionary. I think we should eliminate it not only this year, but into the future. I agree.
And we've also eliminated our food budget, which I don't know how much that was, but bring your Taco Bell.
I would like to make a comment on that too. since it's, seems to be talked about. I actually don't view the discretionary as something that we're giving up, because typically, against what the public thinks, that discretionary money is not something that we go out and like use to spend on ourselves. For the most part, and I say most part because I can't go back historically and look at every time, but from what I've been watching in council meetings over the years, most of that discretionary money gets donated to back within the community. So, in my opinion, taking that 5,000, and I'm not saying I'm against that. I'm just saying I just want to clarify that that 5,000, in my opinion, is taking 5,000 from the community because of historically where it tends to go. But with that being said, I understand the situation, and we have to lead by example. And so, for that, I wouldn't be against eliminating that at the time being. I don't know if I would be in support of doing it forever, but I think, because I do think it is a valuable money, 1,000 apiece goes to a nonprofit or goes to something that we feel is important. You know, I know Kurt has donated some to like Historical Society. You've donated some to
CERT
the
and
CERT class,
Christmas lights.
and we haven't even, the three of us new ones haven't even, I actually, to be honest with you, I was going to donate mine to something for the sesquicentennial to help cover something for the community. It was a particular item, but I would forego that and give up that I was planning on doing to in the spirit of, you know, sacrifice from the council. So I just wanted to throw that out there on that. I want to jump on the city attorney thing for a second. I have a question for you, Claire. So in the budget for 1920, I noticed in past years you have professional services, then we have operating and maintenance. So professional services, essentially from what I can tell, is basically the salary for the attorney or the retainer or whatever it is. If it's an in-house or if it's a firm we retain, that's what their salary is. And then we have operating and maintenance, which tends to be a bunch of other things, including professional services, which is the additional items that legal things that aren't covered and that we do additional. Correct, Tom? The professional services, that's what that is.
Right.
Right? So personnel, right. Okay, so I've noticed in previous years, I mean, God, in 2017 and 18, we spent $300,000 on just operating maintenance versus $147,000 for personal. I mean, we almost doubled the salary just on additional legal. So Tom and I, we had a conversation about this. I emailed you a long
Right.
list of all these ideas. That was one of them. And we talked about this at length because I was concerned about the amount of money spent on legal. And I know it can fluctuate from year to year, but you said, you know, one thing you've already went is right when you came in is you put a moratorium on interaction from department heads to legal unless it was absolutely necessary, so there wasn't just free reign use of the attorney and running the bill up more or less. And you described yourself as a gatekeeper, I think it was the word you used. So I just want to bring attention, because I know that I think another council member had mentioned something in a previous meeting, that just want to be very aware, because this is, you know, there's a lot of money being spent in this department, and I'm not saying it's, you know, legal is very important, but I just want to make sure that we are very, we don't just loosely, you know, call up the attorney whenever and start running the tab up. But my question to you, Claire, was why is there a zero? It's zeroed out in the 19 budget for personnel, and there's only an operating and maintenance number. Why would that be?
The city had a position, still has a position that's frozen for a city attorney. And when that city attorney was deemed to be through a firm, when the city had a person in that position, there was funding for the person. There was also professional services at that time, because one attorney doesn't know everything, right? So you're hiring other specialties. And so when we said we're going to freeze that position, and the council approved bringing in a firm to do that service, then all of that funding goes into professional services.
Okay, so you removed the personnel, removing the salary more or less, and you've just bulked it all into, so the 213,000 projected is your projected budget number of what we could spend on legal in 1920?
On all legal services.
Right.
For the overall benefit of the city.
And we've had some analysis in the past on whether it's better to hire someone like we had full-time or to hire an organization like with Ms. Hood. And you can give and take a little bit, but we're not paying her insurance, we're not paying your PERS and all that.
No pension costs, things like that.
No pension costs. So even though it might be look a little higher, it ends up being a cost savings. So, a little one.
Well, I think it can be, and what I was referring to, you're right, serving as kind of a gatekeeper with staff to make sure that there's actual legal questions being posed. There's a difference between a legal question and a business decision. As staff, we make business decisions, but there are oftentimes we need legal advice related to those business decisions, just like the council does in setting policy. And so just making certain that things being posed to the attorney have a legal requirement, or there's some specific legal question, is truly the important factor. And I'll just highlight that by saying I have seen where that is employed, cities able to save literally a couple $100,000 a year in legal costs. And so I think that's what I was communicating to you, Vice Mayor Farmer, was that, you know, when you're serving as a gatekeeper, making sure that as you go out and seek legal advice, that it really is relating to a legal question as opposed to something as staff that you may just need to research a little deeper. That's where you can really affect some measure of savings with respect to the special legal side of things. If it's something that can be handled within our retainer, by way of a retainer, we pay that amount every month. And so we want to be certain that we're getting the full value of that, which we are. I've taken a special interest in looking at that, and I'm very satisfied with the cost of the legal representation that the city's receiving. I believe that on a retainer basis, as compared to in-house, it's clearly less expensive for the city.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, Tom, and I do appreciate, you know, taking the time. I know I sent you multiple emails, and then we probably, you know, we talked about budget stuff for like, I don't know, was it like 2 hours? Yeah,
2.5.
over the weekend. Yeah. So
Keep me out of a half hour.
That's how I spent my Labor Day, part of it. So, you know, looking over these line items here, I just want to pick a couple more real quick, or actually I'll pick one and let somebody else go. The concession, I know that Armando and I met with that, and we've kind of went round and round, and I get that. I mean, I hate to see the concession close, but I think that this is something that I think eventually we can revisit later on. You know, if we decide to forego it right now, I would definitely like to still see those numbers from you later, or where you said you could get me like the operating costs of just to keep the place open, and see if it will be viable to bring in, you know, private enterprise, or like actually Tom even mentioned this to me today in an email, saying that, you know, maybe we can put it out for bid and see if there's any private entity that wanted to come in and run it. But I think that's something that we could look at, like you said today, Tom, look at it in the midterm, that we could do it. But for now, I don't think it's just nickel and dime stuff, that I don't think it's to me, it's taken from the community, but not in the respect that people can't live without it. With that being said, though, the adult softball program is something that I'm very adamant about, and I'm disappointed to see that on there, only because it's $23,000, it's a lot, but it does, you know, and I'm still struggling with the numbers, how it adds up. Armando and I kind of kicked around some numbers, you know, balls, lights, staff, scorekeepers, umpires, so on and so forth, and then we did up the rates on the softball just recently, but we're still looking at $23,000. But you're talking about right now, I think we have 200 people participating in that program this season. We have 20 teams, and it typically could be more, but it's like 200 or 300 people, give or take. And to me, that is one of those things, I went through this and I marked off what I think is community giving and what's city hall giving. And so I'm kind of looking at what I construed as something that we're sacrificing, with me, we meaning city hall, and something that we're actually taking from the community. And that's definitely clearly one. I mean, that's the last adult sports program I believe we have. I spoke to you at length about this, Tom, and I felt that that money could be found elsewhere. And then you said, well, maybe for the short term we could, maybe this budget cycle, but then the next budget cycle maybe not. And I don't dispute that, because we don't know where we'll be at that time. But I really would, you know, ask my fellow council members to consider that. That is the last adult program we have that's very widely used by a lot of people. I don't partake anymore myself, but it is something that's very important to the community and for adults, for recreation. I would like to see that be saved for the short term, and I believe I can actually cover that cost in another idea I have in just in a moment, but I'll let somebody else go. Somebody else wants to comment?
Yeah, on that park and recreation, there is a 3-item sports concession, youth sports, lighting fees. Armando, could you explain to me this sports lighting, what you're gonna do to save this money?
Sure. Our local youth groups, they are defined as any youth group that resides within the city of Galt limits. It has 80% kids that live within the Galt High School district. Because we're just not a town, we're a community, so we feed into Wilton, Acampo, those areas there. So if they provide a roster that meets the minimum requirements, they get free field rentals. They get our centers for, meetings, dinners, those type of things. And they get a reduced rate on lights for the fields from $35 an hour to $20 an hour. So what we're proposing is to have them pay the full burden cost of the lights of $35 per hour.
So that means the local, youth, they have to pay the same amount, whatever the outside, the golf.
Yes.
The other item is adult, men's, and co-ed softball. I really, three items I would like to, take away from this budget, because these are the local community, these are the program. Yes, I do understand we have to make the budget, we have to reduce the work hour, we have to reduce, but these 3 items is really important for the community. So for the other council, but agree, we should act, and then we can find maybe, this is total is around $60,000. If we find somewhere else to make the 1.51,000 budget. Thank you.
Can I follow up on Paul's comment?
Yeah.
On adult and co-ed, how many members do you believe you have between all teams?
For the summer season that we're currently in, we have 19 teams.
I'm sorry, 19 teams?
19 during the current season. We have 3 seasons. We have spring, summer, and fall. Excuse me. I'm sorry, excuse me. We are in fall softball now. I'm sorry.
So 19 teams, and what do you figure, 10 persons per team, 200 people?
Yes, but there isn't a cost per person. It's a flat rate, whether you have 10 people per team or 15.
And what is the rate per team?
$425. We're about $100 less.
About 100, well, if they paid $115 more, which would be comparative to neighboring communities, is that correct?
Elk Grove and Stockton, it's kind of difficult to get Lodi's numbers, but I compared it at our last meeting, and one's paying $520, the other one, I believe, is paying $525.
So if we adjusted the rate, it would be about a $100 increase per team, and it would cover the cost.
Correct. A couple different things. Elk Grove, all of our teams make our playoffs here in Galt. Elk Grove, the top 4 teams make playoffs, so there's a reduction in games for teams. They're guaranteed 8 games. Here you're guaranteed at least 9 up to 12, depending on how far you go. I couldn't really tell with Stockton's how they're based, but it is an 8-game season also.
So figuring, and these are rough numbers, it's $50 a person per season.
Right. Correct.
I don't think that's unreasonable for an adult activity.
But what you don't know is if you rate, when it went from 350, when it used to be, to 425, and you can test yes or no, has participation declined?
Participation has gone down over the years.
Now, you can vary that to different factors, but what I hear being, when I was playing actively, there was a lot of complaints, we're not going to play anymore, it costs too much. If you raise 100, you might as well just shut the program, because people will not play, and you will lose that.
You're raising it $10 per person is what you're raising it. $10 per person.
But in other cities, so Lodi, for example, they get more games than Lodi. So and Elk Grove, you can compare 500 to Elk Grove, but have you seen their facility? I mean, that's the difference. It's not apples to apples. I mean, our guys would pay $600 if they had a phenomenal facility, but I'm not trying to knock our facility, but I'm just saying
I'll put our sports complex up against their community park over here off of Elk Grove Boulevard.
All I'm saying is there's also a certain amount of outside money that comes in for those sports programs that comes from without the community. There's a lot of players that play outside. And so you're bringing in community. So if you close that off, again, it goes back to kind of what we talked about before where, these sports programs, are not going to pay for themselves. You have to charge what you think is market value. Market value is determined on not only what other people are charging, but it is defined as what is the most you can allow where you still will have people partake. I think I'm not going to dispute that we maybe could go up a smidge, but we just raised it. We just did that. And it's gone up from $350 to $425, I think, in just the last 2 years. So that's a considerable jump that we've already jumped it. I think if you just price people out of it. But this is something, you have families go and they bring their kids and their kids watch and their kids, then see the parents playing and they want to play. And it really, Paige was out at the softball tournament we had for a fundraiser and she's like, wow, this is like a real thing. Like there's a whole community of people that it's a big deal. And it's the last adult sports program we have in here. Like I said, I actually haven't brought it up yet, but I already have found the money I've already found the money within this to cover that and even an addition. So I would like to at least try to forego it onto at least the next budget cycle and then see where we can start at recoup. So I respect your opinion, Kurt, I do, and I know we all going to have differences of opinions, but I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to clarify from someone who's partaked in that. I think someone who has been there can say.
Well, I played softball in this town as well, so I do understand.
And then you have to think, being fiscally responsible, do the taxpayers of this town make up $25,000 for adults? They could probably afford a little more to cover their costs. So you gotta think about that too, especially when we're in a crunch like this. It's very tough decisions. Councilmember Lozano?
I would just like to hear from the public.
Okay. Any other council members?
Can I speak after they speak? Because I do that for one final thing.
You want to do your final thing
This
now?
is important. I'm not going to.
It is very important.
Okay.
Do you want to do your final thing now?
Yeah, I would like to.
Okay.
So Chief, we met today. We had some discussions about the budget, and we discussed about what, the police could forego and if those two positions were going to hurt us. And it was a very in-depth conversation. We met for probably an hour, and I heard from both lieutenants. And basically the consensus I got from them was they didn't really like talking about position, this position, that. It was more about like what the department could allow. And so right now, what we have on here is $374,000. That's the 2 patrol and the 1 dispatcher that if we froze. So $374,000. Did you not tell me, Chief, and it was the consensus of your lieutenants, that it would not be an issue for you guys at all to come up with a $400,000, to round it up to $400,000 in this budget cut right here? That would not affect our current level of service at all. Is that what you told me?
No, it wouldn't cut or reduce any service levels due to the fact that we have these vacancies and the rate that is going to take us, the time it's going to take us to fill them. We couldn't fill the positions in time for this fiscal year anyway. So 400,000 is certainly a number that I'm sure we'll be saving by the end of the year.
Meaning that you told me that if we didn't take the 400,000 right now in this action, that it would most likely, we would see that 400 anyways come at the end because you wouldn't be filling those positions and that money would come back into the budget. Is that what you told me?
That is what we said.
So that's a difference of $26,000 that we could additionally find in the police budget that wouldn't in any way, shape, or form impact our level of service at this current time.
Right, so what we talked about is that for this fiscal year, due to our vacancies, that number is achievable. Obviously, going forward in the next fiscal year, I mean, we certainly won't want to commit to that for any future
and I understand that,
fiscal
yeah.
years. But in this fiscal year, like I said, based on our vacancies, that 400,000 would be no problem for us to not spend in our current budget.
And as Tom said earlier, that nothing we're doing tonight is absolutely forever. So, I mean, if we got, a year out and you say, we got, we're going to need to, change that, and it's something we can always bring back to the council, and so we're not, I'm not asking to freeze in more positions. You guys just told me that with amongst the two positions in the dispatcher position, that you would find additional funds in the amount of 26,000 to round it up to an even 400. That's what you guys told me.
So it's the two police officer positions and one dispatcher position. So with that total, and the fact that we still have additional vacancies that we won't be able to fill, the extra 26,000 in personnel costs will not be an issue for us.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
That type of discussion, I think, bothers me somewhat, in that if we had 400,000 to save, we should have shown the 400,000. I don't think that, utilizing the ability of the largest department in the city to offset a one-time cost is really the smartest thing to do. If we weren't going to spend that money, it would roll over into the general fund, and it would add to the beginning fund balance for the next fiscal period. I think what we need to look at is these issues that are fundamentally flawed in terms of their funding and make a decision on that, rather than making a one-time decision when there appears to be a little fluff in a budget, or maybe we could have trimmed it a little bit
This
closer.
whole thing is a one-time decision. This is a one-time decision.
This is the ongoing, this will be ongoing until midterm and long-term solutions
What
are
I'm
implemented.
proposing is, there's money there that's not gonna be used. It clearly is not gonna be used. It will not be spent, period. And what we're ready to chop other things, some of the things that Paul mentioned, other things that are gonna be felt with the community, because you feel it's the biggest department, yes, which is why I took it upon myself to meet with the chief and
What I-
discuss whether or not they could give a little more. The reason
I didn't get to my point, though, Sean. My point is that the city manager it may have altered his recommendations on this list of cuts. Had there been that $26,000 available in police department.
Well,
Okay, that's my point.
Tom and I did discuss this today. We discussed this very thing. We talked about the amount of positions. We talked about our phone call, we talked about yesterday, about the amount of positions versus money and so on. That was one of the discussions. And I'm not saying he altered his recommendation, but what I'm saying is that all the departments were asked for a certain amount. I mean, Public Works was asked for a certain amount, but we don't know that Public Works can't give, I'm not just to pick on your department, but as we move forward in this budget thing and come up with, and reconvene in a couple months and start finding further things that we might need, who's to say that Public Works might say, well, yeah, we were asked for 10%, and here's the 10%, but we probably could have given 20, it wouldn't have hurt us.
They were asked for 20. They gave, if you recall, there were two proposals, a 10 and a 20.
Right.
Okay, so that's really not an issue.
So what I'm talking about is the 20. When the police department was asked for 20, it consisted of 3 and 1. It's been reduced to 2 and 1. So I'm not going back and asking essentially for the 3 and 1, but what I'm asking for is 26,000 more in the budget. If they said to me, nah, I don't know, whatever, I wouldn't even be talking about it. But this is clearly money they're like, we are not going to use that. And this is not money that's sacrificing any level of service to the police department, because I would never be in favor of that. What I'm trying to do is find money, and you know what? Fault me for wanting to dig around and find other money in the budget. Fault me for it. I don't care. But I'm going to do my due diligence and look for money in other places. And if I have an idea, I'm going to put it forward. The council may not agree with me, and it's a no point. But what I'm saying is that I've done my diligence to speak with department heads, and I feel like I found some additional money that can save some other things. Will it save them forever? Maybe not. Will it save? Are we going to be back here in 6 months talking about further cuts and all that? Possibly, yeah. But tonight, that's just what I'm bringing up.
I understand.
Anybody else? Kimberly? Anybody?
I'd like to speak after the public comment.
Okay.
I'd like to hear the public's point of view.
Ms. Amos, did you want to go first?
I'll just make this really clear based on just the discussion in the last 5 minutes. The Measure R says that the percent you can ask the general fund and the police department to be cut is 0. That was the legislative intent of the people of Galt. That is what we promised them. That is what they expect. Hands off the police department. That is what the public wants. In 2009, when we started implementing Measure R, sure, there were some vacancies and things, but what you're talking about now is this fiction that we're going to call them frozen, but we're actually not going to fill them anyway, so it's really not going to matter. In the meantime, officers are required to work overtime, and then we burn them out, and then they leave, and we have to get new officers. That is not a sustainable plan. The purpose of Measure R is simple. 0 requests for cuts in the PD. Leave the PD off limits. Our town has grown a lot in the last 10 years, and we're basically talking about making cuts into the general fund that were positions that were there when 2008 when we first did it. When I joined the Measure R, when I was appointed last year to the Measure R Oversight Committee, I was told, well, we do have some things frozen, but it's only temporary. Now you're talking about doing it temporarily another year. If, in fact, you're not going to fill them all the positions anyway, then it's a fiction to say that you're going to freeze them. And that's really, it's against the intent of Measure R. Measure R said the percent you can ask them to, the police department to drop the general funding is 0. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amos. Ms. Daly?
Mayor, members, Sherry Daly, I live in the city. Hooray, you're getting rid of the slush fund. I have come here every time I've seen it on the agenda. I've complained bitterly that you're giving away taxpayer money in order to curry favor with different groups in town. It was inappropriate for years. I'm glad that it's going away. I object to the Vice Mayor's characterization of it as his fund or his donations because those are our tax dollars, so they should have never been used for personal use by the council. My second comment is about the adult sports program. My friends and I like to go to paint and wine nights, but I pay for them. I pay totally for the cost of them. I'm not asking taxpayers to pay for my activities. We have a pool that services all of the children in this town in a very hot Central Valley town that has a pump and a filtration system that's about to go under. So I don't understand this. I scrounged up $26,000 to save adults from paying more fees for their darn activities when we have such high maintenance needs, and it's outside of the process that you all put together to get input, to evaluate choices, and most importantly, to balance our revenues and expenses. The flea market gave us a wonderful opportunity to offer services that other cities couldn't. That's gone away. So we don't have that anymore. So you can't keep continuing to offer too many services for a town this size. People need to pay for what they want to do as activities. And then my final comment, or more of a question, is on the lighting and landscape districts. I still don't understand what the cost allocation to the general or the central services is. I mean, isn't a lighting and landscape district just negotiating a contract and overseeing it? Is there a whole lot more to that? Because the central services fee of 25%, so we all pay taxes on that, and then you take 25% and give it back to the general fund for some services, and that wasn't really described too well in the documents that I looked at. So I'd like to see that. And then finally, I think it's a super idea to look at a property allocation to help the lighting and landscape districts, and I would be happy to volunteer my time, as I did on the Measure R committee, to help get that passed in this town, because our common areas just look horrible right now. That's driving down property values. So if the city does decide, or the council decides to put that on a ballot, you have my support and my every effort I can walking and knocking on doors to make sure that passes so that our beautiful town stays beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Is there any other public comment on the budget? Oh. That's not his. Oh.
I was going to leave after my earlier session. I'm very glad that I stayed. I am appalled by what I just saw from the city council. When we were talking about the $5,000 discretionary fund, we got into this mess a little bit at a time, excuse me. 3 of you showed willingness to give that $5,000 back. Councilman Lozano, I applaud you for your leadership on that. Councilman Campion, I am dumbfounded why you would fight over the $5,000 of our money that you did indeed call your money. The transcript will show that. That is our money. We don't have any input into where it goes. That money could be used for a program that 5 of you times 5, that's $25,000.
It's $1,000 each.
Now he only has to scrounge up $1,000 more.
Mr. Davidson, I think you have me confused with another speaker because I supported Mr. Lozano.
At first, you did not. No.
It's $1,000 each, so it's 5,000 total.
Okay. That money, if it's 500 or if it's 5,000, we got into this mess a little bit at a time. We're only going to get out of it a little bit at a time. And as our elected representatives, I would think that all 5 of you would jump out of your seats saying, yes, that money can be better used somewhere else. I just can't believe that the other 4 of you did not applaud Councilman Lozano when he brought up the idea and join with him and say, yes, immediately. We can pass that tonight. But we didn't. Now we're talking about adult softball. We're talking about the pool. This is going to get forgotten. And yes, it's only $5,000, but somebody said, I think it was Councilman Farmer, it's only $5,000, but I'm sorry, it was from here. It's only $5,000, but it's $5,000. It is $5,000. And that's the only way we're not going to find $4 million to replace the money into the fund. We're going to have to find it $5,000 at a time. And I would strongly urge all 5 council members tonight to get behind a resolution to give that money back to the people where it came from. And Councilman Campion, if you are indeed in support of that, I look for you to lead the council in that direction. Thank you very much.
Just out of respect to Kurt, you were the one. Kurt actually supported it right from the get-go. It was I, and I didn't say I didn't support it. What I said was that I just wanted to debunk any theory that people thought that discretionary was money that we use. We don't go around spending that money for us usually. Now, it could be, and you're right, and that's why, in the essence of what we're doing right now, I do support it. It actually went 1-2, and then Paul, Paul said he supported it, and I just wanted, before I said that I would be willing, in fact, to forego it as well, but I wanted to state, just for the public knowledge, that that's not money we just go out and, that's not just play money for us.
No.
I mean, it's been portrayed as that for some people, but typically it's all been given to nonprofits and things like that, most of the time.
And that's great, but who gets to choose the nonprofits?
I get
plenty of nonprofits.
Right, but I'm just letting you know that usually it's a donation from us back into the community.
I understand that.
An example is they're trying to build a memorial for the sesquicentennial, and so now some people have come up with money out of their own pockets.
Are given, they're very much appreciated, but we've got to get out of this hole in any way that.
And I agree, and I do thank you for your comments. I appreciate it, and so yeah, but I just want to clarify that was me, it wasn't Kurt. It was me that made that statement. Yeah.
I apologize.
Thank you.
All right, Chris Brossman?
It's a small town. A lot of people know each other. I've always appreciated that about Galt. I grew up in a small town. Said, not personal. Let me go budget first. I'm going to hit on budget. Budget guys, you all know, I've been to all 4 of your meetings here. I'm still a proponent of looking at this pay raise that we just gave. Now, I agree. Tom brought it up, and I agree that it's going to be a midterm. But I'll tell you what, as a citizen, we need to roll the wages back at when we can legally roll them back. Now, you guys are lawyers, one of you. Other ones, pretty damn good. I have a lot of respect for Tom. But wages need to be rolled back to pre-cuts. Those wages were given under false pretenses of the previous city manager and the controller, or whatever we call that person, telling you guys or the previous city council that we had excessive funds. I do want to see Parks and Rec get a percentage of the budget. I brought that up last meeting. I want to bring that up again. To me, asking cutbacks to always go to Parks and Rec is garbage. We as citizens pay our taxes so that we'll have a nice park, we'll have a nice rec. Some of us play softball, some of us don't. You know, my kids swim. So, I mean, I feel I got my share out of swimming. And they did a great job. But reality is, I want to see a percentage of it. I don't want every time we go through a budget cutback that we go to Parks and Rec and say, oh, well, you guys make a lot of money. Well, you spend a lot of money. You know, so I'd look at a percentage and come out with a percentage of the city budget and allocate it towards that. I started off with this a small town, and it is a small town, and bad news travels fast and rumors travel fast. Personal comments. Mrs. Amos said, personal, here's personal. My daughter coming to me and showing me your post. I was blind. I didn't know. Said, some of them you've seen the post, some of you haven't. Did it make me hesitant to come to the meeting tonight? It did. But reality is, you're a city representative. You're appointed. You should not be taking a picture of somebody like a sophomore in high school and posting it to the internet. I should not be finding out about it from my daughter. You know, I read up a little bit on you, and I have a lot of respect. I mean, you're a lawyer. You're smarter than me. I'll give you that. But your behavior certainly wasn't smarter than that. It's morally wrong, not legally wrong. I hope the city figures out how it's legally wrong, but reality is, do I think it should cost you your position? Yeah, I do think it should cost you your position. I don't think a citizen comes out here to speak to get chastised by a member of the city or that's on a city committee. We come out and I talk to try to make the city better. I went and, police chief, thank you for not arresting me, but I did cut the library's grass. You know, it was way too tall. It looked like crap. I love our library. I pulled in there to buy a book, and I went, that lawn looks like crap, and I went home and got my lawnmower. I don't mind putting into to the city, but I don't like city representatives attacking me, or, to be honest with you, it didn't bug me all that much, to be frank with you. What bugged me was my kids. My wife said, it was my butt. That much I can tell you. But do I think a city representative should be taking that picture and posting it to the internet? And then coming off and with the nerve to say it was private. It was so private that it got to my phone. Safe zones. Everything I read about you indicates to me you're a safe zone person, but your actions certainly don't speak of it. Said, need to reevaluate yourself. City council, you can evaluate her. I'm not a lawyer. I can't tell you what to do. It was a picture of me. That much I'll give you. It wasn't a public forum. But I don't know if you hold city employees or city representatives to the standard of conduct or not for the city, but I'll tell you by the city of conduct, it was not acceptable. Thank you for you guys that have spoken up without my knowledge, because I know several of you have. Again, it's a small town, information gets around. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brassman. Jean Davenport? Was Julie first or Jean? Were you first or was Julie first?
Well, you know what, you're gonna hear from me again. Hi, Gene Davenport. I want to apologize to you as a citizen of this town, because that was really an uncalled for post. I didn't see it. I didn't want to see it. I heard about it. I think it was wrong. I think it was out of line. That being said, I don't think anybody should be removed. I think they should be punished. There's a big difference. So I hope you have a forgiving heart. Okay, fine. Okay. I hope you have a forgiving heart. I'm talking to your husband. Sorry.
Don't cut my weight off us either.
Okay, thanks. Going forward on the city budget, you guys didn't bring anything up about the planning commission. You guys didn't talk about in any way, shape, or form.
It's not on the
It's not on the list? Because the one I saw, it was. Okay. That being said, I'm in favor of the discretionary fund, and I'll tell you why. It's about how this community is and what we are as a community. The things the money goes for, almost 100% of it goes to nonprofits. And I just think that's still an important part of this city. We're still a small city. We still know everybody. We still interact. And I just think it's wrong just to unilaterally take that away, because I think it helps. Like, you can give some of that money maybe to the teen center. I mean, they've asked twice now for help, yet to do anything. You want to take something away, no matter how small, it could be something that can kickstart it. So I'm just in favor of that, so I just want to let you know. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. Ms. Clark, I apologize.
Good evening, City Council. I realize this meeting is quite long, so I will try to keep it brief. My comments are primarily to address the budget and the budget cuts, and a few of the things have already been touched on. And although I'm very fond of Ms. Hood, and I'm not sure if it was due to the extra services required for handling the waste management contract, but the professional services for additional attorney's fees amounting to, $300,000, $200,000, that when you get your total bill, I think in 2016, 2017, the total legal costs, including the salaries, was $480-something or $400-something thousand approximately. So when you think about this budget shortfall, I mean, that goes almost a third of the way to paying that. Now, granted, I know, of course, we can't cut out our legal fees, but it is expensive to have, of course, we want to avoid all legal action, but going forward, I'm very excited to see this new $200,000 budget for allocated towards legal services. And if we are able to stick within that or in that general range, I think we'll have less burden going forward. As far as the future of the budget and the considerations going forward, one thing that has stood out to me when I'm looking through the budget is the equipment, capital equipment costs. Oftentimes, it's $50,000, and I know in one case, I think it was Galt Market, was like $55,000, and I've seen Jackie driving her golf cart around, and I don't think that's replaced on an annual basis, and I'm not sure exactly what that entails, but when I see that repeated in all categories in each department, I'm guessing it's, repairs for copiers or what have you. Well, if you budget that amount of money, you better believe, because I've seen this in other, environments, that they will find a way to spend that money, so that money will then be allocated the following year. That's how you keep the money coming in. So maybe reconsidering and saying, hey, it's just like, for families on a budget, you say, this is how much you have to spend, work within those means, Cut it down. Maybe you don't get a brand new, Xerox this year, or maybe you don't. You find a way to make it work. So trying to cut down in each of those departments, the equipment fee or equipment costs and things like that may help. And then on proposal for potential parcel tax or sales tax, personally, I'm still in my, the years where my salary is continuing to increase, and so I'm not so worried. That to me is not a big deal, right? Just like paying an extra $10 for softball fees is not a big deal, but for many families, I realize it is a big deal, and my concern is, even if we pay more sales tax, even if we pay more property tax, the city can't learn to live within its means if it doesn't get down to figuring out, why are these inefficiencies? Why do we have this wastage? Like, what are actually all these costs? And I know that people in the city have asked to have breakdowns of certain cost categories and told, we don't have that information available. Now, maybe they didn't word their information request in the specific language that was needed in order to get the result. But if you know what I'm asking for, then it would be great if they could just be compliant and give you that data. Now, I'm talking about things like, how do we actually spend the money for the Galt Flea Market when I've mentioned in the past $83,000 a month for these expenses? I've looked at the personnel expenses for those, and it seems rather high when you do a breakdown of cost for an hourly employee making $11 an hour. So I'm just saying that trust is a two-way street, and transparency is very important. Like, the people of the city don't trust that anybody is doing what they're supposed to anymore. Why? Because nothing is as it should be. We are bringing in more money than ever, yet we're still in the hole. And meanwhile, you know, raises were granted last year, and a rosy picture was painted, when in reality, the people who were sitting here smiling and, you know, just waiting for that, like, nice, you know, the back payment to come in and all that, they knew that the picture was bleak. They knew the picture was bleak, and they stood there and they painted a very different picture for the people in order to get approval. So those are my main concerns, and my other main concern in my last 30 seconds is that if we don't learn to live within our means, we can continue to raise the sales tax every single year, and we're never going to balance the budget because we haven't figured out how to make it work with what we have. So before coming to us and taking all of the benefits we currently enjoy, I think that there needs to be some serious in-house, you know, analysis. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. And yes, this has been a very painful process, looking in the inside and trying to figure out and live within our means. And this council will not see the city bankrupt, and that's why we're here, and we have Mr. Haglund, and we're working hard with that. Is there anything else, Council? I know you wanted to say something, Mr. Councilmember Lozano.
Yeah, I just want to talk about briefly on this particular item of cost reductions. You know, I said it last week, and I'll say it again. Each of these budget reductions are going to have a significant impact on the community and the city as a whole. There's going to be service reductions to some level, and I think Mr. Solis talked about it earlier when he was talking about the part-time reduction, you know, an hour in the morning, an hour in the afternoon. That's going to affect our community. I don't necessarily, I love the idea of assigning a percentage of the budget to Parks and Rec. I would take it a step further, and I can't take credit for this idea, but I certainly going to pass the credit on to interim city manager Tom Haglund. I would submit, rather than a percentage, we look at, or both, look at a per capita spending plan across the board, and then reevaluate that. I don't want to get in a position where we have to lay off staff unnecessarily, and so that's one of my concerns. I want to talk about processes. It was brought up last week. We touched on it a little bit, and I want to make sure that the community understands that we are going to be digging into every department and their processes, and they've actually done it on their own as they were coming up with the 10 and 20% reductions. And so process improvement and efficiency improvement is certainly something that's in the front of my mind, and certainly our department heads. And I think that is going to come when we start to look at midterm solutions to our ongoing budget issue. I've told people all for a month and a half, 2 months, what we're talking about today and what we've talked about the last several weeks are things that the council can unilaterally do to immediately affect the budget so that we can start to get things back in line. I suspect, and I could be wrong, but I suspect maybe November or December, we're going to start to talk about the next budget cycle, which is a 2-year cycle. That this that we're talking about today is just the beginning. So we really need to, and I'll go back to what I said last week. We really need to have our commissioners from Parks and Rec, Planning Commission, all of our community partners come together and assist with this process in which we're going to come upon. It gives me no pleasure to have to talk about budget reductions and adjustments. I want to make one last statement. I'm just reiterating what I said last week. And I agree with Ms. Clark to the extent that if we're going to start to talk about sales tax increase or parcel tax increase or any of those things, this is one council member talking, not all five. I really need to have an understanding that two things. One, the city and our government has done everything we can do to reduce our costs to an acceptable spending level and have a balanced budget. And two, that the idea of putting an initiative on a ballot or something like that comes from the community. I think government for way too long has done not enough to spend within our means. And again, I'm not throwing stones at anybody that was a decision maker before. It is what it is, and this is not unique to Galt. But I really want to put that out there and say, I'm not closed off to a sales tax increase or a parcel tax increase or any of those things. I've been a part of them in terms of governing boards in the past. But I will say this, that unless I feel, me personally, 1 of 5 votes, that we've done everything we can try to do to tighten our belts, I will then, before, and the community comes forward and that's what we want, that would be something I'd be willing to do. So, again, I see the council discretionary funds going right back into the general fund to our groups. I don't want people to think that Mr. Davenport got up and said that it goes to nonprofits. I'm part of a nonprofit here in this community, and it's going to go right back to nonprofits. I do believe that those organizations are good for the community, and they are the fabric of the community. My problem with it is, quite candidly, one person having the ability to spend $1,000 on whatever they want. I would much rather it be 5 people looking at it as a whole and spending it. And so that's why I'm in favor of eliminating the discretionary funds. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councilmember Lozano. Councilmember Sandu, do you have anything?
I know we have to make a decision tonight. This is a very short term, and I'm still discussing. There's a couple items I already discussed. I'm not in favor of that, but I certainly thank you, city manager, all the department. They make every effort to decrease their expenses. Thank you. And also on the midterm, I'm agree with Rich because the property tax increase, TOT tax increase, and the sale tax increase, we really need to review. We really need to look up our surrounding, what they're doing. We want to make sure, the property tax, and also before we do that, we really want to see what we can reduce in our own expense. And Park and Rec, I know this, we have to do something because due to the flea market, the revenue decrease, that's the revenue we usually use on the park and recreation. That's it, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
My last comments here. I just want to remind the public that, that this can has been kicked down the road a long time, and so I don't think any of us take pleasure in having to vote on things tonight. It's really like, the lesser of evils when you look at stuff. But I do want to agree with some things that are made in public comment that we do need to live within our means. We can't always be looking at raising fees, and it might only seem like $10 here and $15 there. And and I'm not going to argue that an adult can spend $10 more. I mean, they probably could, and it wouldn't be a big deal. But I think, but the overlying narrative here is that it's like you see a commercial. It's like, oh, for the cup of coffee, you could have this. Well, pretty soon, as we know, a lot of us have experienced this in our own personal budgets. It's like, oh, it's only $15. Oh, it's only $15 a month. Oh, it's only $25 a month. Well, pretty soon those 25s add up, and it adds up to a lot. So what I always try to fight for is things that I think that the community, I always try to fight for the community. I always try to put that first as much as I can. And I think I demonstrate that. And I think I've demonstrated tonight trying to fight for certain things which I feel are takes from the community. And I just think that taking $10 and just always, pretty soon it's just this little chips. It's $10 and then it's 10 more and then it's 10 and then it's 10 and it's 15. And it doesn't seem like much in small amounts, but it still is taking. And I think that we can't always just be looking at, revenue increases. We need to be looking, and I'm not saying we're not. I mean, clearly Tom has done a good job with saying, here's our cuts. We also need to look at revenue increases. So he's looking at the whole picture, and I think he's done a great job explaining it. I think he does a good job explaining a lot of things, and so I think that's very helpful to the public. But with that said, I don't pick certain things because I pick certain things I fight for because I feel like there's something from the community, and I always try to look within before I take from the community. Interesting enough, with that being said, I did look at this list, and I kind of identified things I thought were from the community and things I thought were City Hall making a sacrifice, like a freezing of a position or giving up of some contingency money or travel expenses or whatever. And I did come up with 14 of the items on this list I feel like are gives from the community, 14 out of 33, for a total of about $243,000. 19 of the items out of the 33 I really do feel that came from with cuts within the department. So I do think that the list is fair. I have to say that, even though there is a couple items on here I'm clearly in favor of or against and I would like to save. But I do think it is generally fair. That's not counting the police stuff, of course, because that could be construed either way. But I just make that point because I think that that Tom, I want to say that Tom has done a good job with kind of balancing it. And I know I seem to be really stubborn on some things sometimes, Tom, but I do say that, it is fair at this point. But again, I'm very adamant about a couple things in the community I would like to see saved. So with that, hopefully the council will consider those things. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
Kurt?
General comments, very appreciative of staff's cooperation in this process and their willingness to, come together when needed, and Tom for taking the leadership role, which the city sorely needed at the time, and to come up with the proposal that you have. I'm not going to go on, but everything that can be said has been said about not wanting to make cuts, and I would leave it at that. I fully support the cuts as presented by staff.
Thank you. Just want to touch on the raises. It seems to keep coming up. Raises were negotiated with unions, and they're legally binding contracts. They hadn't had a raise in, I believe, 7 years, and 3%. No, yeah, 3%. Do you want to speak to that a little bit about Kimberly, about how legally binding those are?
So the MOUs are, they are a contract. They are negotiated. The only way to reduce those are to follow the certain meet and confer and bargaining rules that are set forth in the law for local agencies. It's the Myers-Millis-Brown Act. And so it's not something that the council can do unilaterally to make changes to those agreements.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Is that, any comments by staff? Are we okay? Tom? Okay. Can I get a motion to approve recommended fiscal year 2019-20 budget adjustments as presented by interim city manager and review long-term and midterm budget options to provide direction to staff?
I so move.
Moved by Councilmember Campion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lozano. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Farmer?
No.
Councilmember Sandu?
No.
Councilmember Campion?
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano?
Aye.
Mayor Lamson?
Aye. Motion passes 3-2. Next on the agenda, consideration.
I think we missed a little piece of it. Did you want direction for midterm and long-term tonight as well?
Yeah, well, it would be helpful. So here's what what I would recommend, and if the council obviously can change this if you disagree, but I'm looking at bringing, with respect to long-term first, bringing back some information regarding parcel tax first, and this is, again, is literally just information. What is a parcel tax? How does it affect property owners? How much, how do you go about enacting that? What types of things do you want to consider as you advance the idea to the general public? All of those sorts of items. And so we talked about parcel tax, sales tax. We talked about we have a very significant part of our community, thousands of homes that are not part of the lighting landscape districts. A parcel tax could cover everybody in the city, including them. We could attempt a CFD, and so parcel tax, sales tax, CFD. I think that maybe we come back in early October with a generalized discussion so that council can kind of narrow the focus based on that discussion of what you want additional information on. The parcel tax and sales tax especially have a timing component. They can't be voted on before November of 2020. But if you're going to go down that road, we want to be able to be assembling over a period of meetings for the city council the type of information that you and the community would need to consider as the community determines whether or not it feels like it could support that type of activity, and the council as well, because as Ms. Daly indicated, these are a sales tax and a parcel tax are all about basically a campaign. And so you have election law that you need to follow. You have to backdate that. You have to, truly to be successful, you need a public participation in advancing the idea. The city can't campaign for a parcel tax. You can either put it on the ballot or not, but the city itself, once it's on the ballot, can't do any campaigning. What we can provide is information that helps the community weigh and balance whether or not they think it's a good idea. But then people in the community, private citizens, can then essentially campaign for it or against it, depending on what their proclivity is. And so I would recommend that on those items, maybe we begin with those first, just because of the timing associated with them. With Community Facilities District, the CFD, that operates differently, but it's also not something that appears on a ballot. Individual letters are mailed to property owners, and you need to receive 50% plus one property owner sending that letter back with a yes vote on the letter to be able to go forward with the CFD. So the very different mechanisms, and the CFD is not reliant on a general election. So from long term, I would suggest that we bring back maybe a discussion on sales tax and parcel tax at that time, in October. On midterm, then I would look to the council. I would, because some of your midterm may deal with employees, I would just simply ask the council for direction whether or not to place that on a closed session agenda. In California, under the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, we have an obligation to negotiate in good faith with our employee bargaining units. And one of the first things that we want to do is be able to fundamentally define and identify what is it that we're trying to achieve organizationally. And I think that the council needs to do that in the context of a closed session. With respect to other items like looking at fees, and whether it's in Parks and Rec or in development or wherever we have fees, and should those be adjusted, those are clearly open session items, and we can bring those back in probably the late October, early November timeframe for the council to consider. So that's, when we talk midterm, long-term, that's the kind of direction I'm looking for.
So do you need direction or do you need a motion?
Just direction. You know, I think that if there's a consensus of the, let's do it this way because I talked about a lot. If there's a consensus of the council for me to bring back a discussion on sales tax, parcel tax, CFDs in October, it would be good to know that there is at least a consensus of the council to do that. Then secondarily, if there's a consensus of the council to schedule a closed session relative to our employee contracts, let me know that. And then if there is a consensus relative to taking a look at our fees more generally, let me know that. So really 3 areas of consensus.
What's on the slide would be pretty accurate.
There you go. Yeah, I forgot about that already.
There you go. Councilmember Lozano, can you share with, because people still having trouble figuring out why our landscape is so behind, especially can you share with me what the tax is on Eastview and what you were paying as a Elk Grove transplant?
Yeah. It's interesting because this topic came up early on when I moved here, and I looked at my tax bill, and I live in the northeast area, and so I pay $99.44 a year to provide mowing, landscaping for landscape corridors, park facilities, and also lighting. And in my former city where I lived before I came here, in about 2002, I was paying $470 a year. So that gives you a little perspective of the difference because, you know, everyone, oftentimes here in council meetings, we like to make reference to other cities that are close by, and I happen to live in one of those, and I will say this again, and I love the folks in the Park and Rec Department from where I came from to death, and I think they do a wonderful job, but I believe what you see in that community is not only what they provide, but what the nonprofit youth sports organizations provide in the community that make them look so nice. So when people say, oh, well, you know, I'll go play there because their fields are better and they do a much better job at the government level doing that, in this one particular jurisdiction, that's not 100% accurate. So there is a big difference, and I think Interim City Manager Hagelin mentioned it earlier. We're using $1994 to pay for stuff in 2019, and when you talk about public utilities and rates and things like that, you know, I lived through a 300% water rate adjustment in about 2 years in my previous city, and it was no fun. And so, whatever we can do moving forward, provided that we as the city get our you know, really work on what we can do internally, we need to fix that because it's just generally going to be a flaw. And so that's the difference between the two jurisdictions. And I don't like to compare the others, but we often compare them here in our meetings. And so I think just moving forward, that people have an understanding of what the difference is when people make those comparisons. So,
Thank you, I appreciate that. Any more direction?
No, is there a consensus to bring back the sales tax, parcel tax, CFD discussion in October?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. Is there a consensus of the council to schedule a closed session relative to our bargaining units?
Yes.
Yes.
And is there a consensus of the council then to bring back a discussion, a review of the fees in our various departments?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll begin to calendar that out and get that scheduled for
and
you.
I would ask just, although I'd like to see this come back, I'm more interested in it as information to make a decision down the road. I don't want to
That's the
contradict
intention.
what I said earlier.
Yeah. No.
But I certainly would like the information.
Right. No, that's the intention. This is all about information gathering, much like we did before. You know, will council cast some things aside along the way? You very well may, and then we just move on from there.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for all your time and your input and your investigating, and all that is appreciated. All right, next up, consideration of removal of a member of the Measure R Oversight Committee and advertise for a replacement.
Mayor Lamson and members of the City Council, this item before you is as a result of an incident that took place at your City Council meeting on August 27th, 2019, in which an unflattering picture was taken of a citizen while that citizen was providing testimony to you regarding budget reductions. The picture was taken by Kathleen Amos, a City Council appointee to the Measure R Committee, and then posted to her Facebook page. Council, commission, and committee meetings should be considered a safe space at which individuals can participate in the local democratic process without fear that city representatives will post derogatory pictures of them on social media or the internet. The matter before the City Council tonight is to consider whether such actions on the part of a city representative are inconsistent with that individual's service on a city-appointed committee, council-appointed committee. The council has worked to foster an environment in which all people are welcome to attend council meetings and address the council if they desire. Actions such as occurred in this instance can create a chilling effect on the public process, not only with respect to addressing the council, but the Measure R Committee and other boards and commissions and committees of the city as well. This matter has nothing to do with the proposed expenditure reductions, with Measure R itself, or with opinions related to that. The proposed reductions that you approved earlier were first identified on July 31st and submitted to this council again last Tuesday as part of that presentation. And that concludes my remarks, and this matter is now before the City Council.
Did you guys want the comments before? All right. Amanda Mueller?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. It's Amanda Mueller, not Mueller. And Madam Clerk, I'm actually yielding my time to Kathleen Amos. Thank you.
When I came here last Tuesday night, I was on vacation until the first week of August, so I missed the first two meetings. I had 4 phone calls the first week I got back from vacation of people that were concerned that this council was planning to violate Measure R. I came last Tuesday night to try to understand what was going on and what the issue was. Unfortunately, I may be an attorney, but I'm also a human being and a woman. I'm a senior citizen. And I saw myself confronted with a very uncomfortable situation. You know, I handled it as delicately as I could. There was no face shown, there was no name, and there was no derogatory comment. It was a factual comment. This guy isn't wearing a belt. It was about my shock. It was about my shock, my feelings at the moment. As a human being, as a woman and as a human being, it is a crime to expose yourself in public, and that's what I saw happening. However, I don't believe it's proper to, first of all, the Measure R stat ordinance has specific grounds for removal. It was anticipated by the taxpayers, the voters, that that there would be a time where someone on Measure R would be at odds with the City Council. So they put very specific grounds for removal in the ordinance. And I don't believe that this raises, you cannot remove me from the Measure R Oversight Committee. They are termed. And I don't know how long is left on my term. Perhaps the city clerk knows. But in any event, that was very specifically designed so that if someone was opposed to the city council and the city council saw them as being at odds with what the council wanted to do, that they would have a specific term and they couldn't be just removed because you didn't like something that I did in a totally different context. what I did last week, I did in fact contact an internet attorney, for an expert in this matter, and I was told that I was simply exercising my First Amendment rights. This is a public forum, and I know a lot of people may not understand when you enter a public forum, you make yourself available to have your photo taken, and it can be published, and you cannot complain that you didn't like the way that your picture looked. Now, I did not have an intention to hurt anyone's feelings. As I said, I was faced with a shocking situation, and I handled it as delicately as I could by not making a negative comment, by not showing a face. I didn't know the name. I don't know the gentleman. It wasn't cyberbullying. I didn't even know him. And my Facebook account is set to private. Only my immediate friends have it only shares with the friends, not the friends of the friends or anything else. So I wasn't going after anybody. And as soon as I received a call from the city manager, less than 48 hours later, I took it down. And I believe that should have been the end of it. Now, I'm glad that he's here tonight so that I can talk with him and his wife privately and apologize to him privately. I didn't intend to hurt anyone's feelings. But it has been said, there's been a lot of stuff out there, and apparently there was a sheet that was put on Facebook that I haven't even seen. It hasn't even been given to me. You know, I live in a world of due process where people have a right to know what they're accused of, and they have a right to have an opportunity to defend themselves. And this, I believe you need to get a written legal opinion from your attorney that you actually have any legal basis to do this before you do remove me, because I don't believe that there is anything in here that constituted, according to my attorney, cyberbullying was not a factor. I wasn't cyberbullying anybody. I wasn't pointing anyone out. I was expressing my feelings of shock that this is happening in a public meeting. I didn't escalate it. Oh, and by the way, you have all opened me up by putting my name on this agenda and giving voice to these allegations that are not true about cyberbullying and all of that. You've subjected me to harassment and cyberbullying, and my car's been vandalized twice in the last week. So I think that we all got a little overly reactive in this situation, but I don't believe that it's grounds for removal from Measure R. I've been accused of not being sensitive to disabilities issues. And I know some of you, if everyone's been reading everything else I put on the internet, you probably already know this too. On my cover photo, which is public, I have a sister who's 57 years old who's holding a doll. She has an IQ of 25 since birth because of malpractice at birth.
Kathleen, your time is up.
She knows that you cover up when you leave your bedroom. You cover up your private parts. Thank you.
Sherry Daly.
Hi, Sherry Daly. I live here in the city, and I want to make some comments regarding Measure R and the ordinance that was passed by, or the initiative that was passed by the voters, and then I do want to address the personal issues as well. I was a founding member of the Measure R committee, and as such, I was there when we wrote the initiative. So when we got to this clause about what should happen if somebody wanted to remove someone from this committee, it's an oversight committee. It's independent of the council. And that was one of the guarantees we gave to the citizens to get them to pass it, that there would be this independent body to review and secure that funding for what it was supposed to be used for. In other words, to insulate the people on that committee to do their jobs, which sometimes is critical of council. It's part of their job as an oversight body. So when we looked at that part of the clause to decide when could council remove someone, we had a bunch of options. We looked at what is done on other commissions in the ordinance, which is just removal for good cause. And we said, no, that's too low a bar, because then the council can monkey with the committee and change the will of the voters. So then everyone said, well, we should make it they do something illegal. If they're arrested, they should be removed. And we were like, well, arrested for what? So we couldn't come up with an arrested for what list, because you just get crazy with that kind of language. So we looked at malfeasance and misfeasance. So misfeasance is when you do something that's it's almost like accidental. You don't have intention to harm, and it's also not an unlawful thing that you do. As opposed to malfeasance, which is what the word is used. And it's not appropriateness to represent the city on this committee. That is inaccurate from the city manager of what you are testing tonight. The ordinance says you can only remove for malfeasance. Malfeasance is intentional, dishonest, and potentially illegal behavior. There was nothing dishonest in the post. There was no intention to harm this person. I know Kathleen, and I talked to her directly after this. She wasn't intending to hurt this person. I know that there was hurt that happened. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying you would have to prove that she had intention to harm, that the post was dishonest, and that it was borderline illegal to meet the term malfeasance. So I don't believe you can remove her for this incident. Furthermore, the vice mayor has an appointee who has posted defamatory comments that I've forwarded to all of you that are pretty out there. Those comments were posted on one page. Kathleen's was a private post between her friends. Your appointee posted really horrible things on a page with 8,000 members who view it, on a page with 5,000 members who view it, who had someone else post for her so that the person it was aimed at could see it because she was blocked, and then hopped over to another social media platform and continued this behavior. That's outright criminal behavior, the defamation that was involved, and the definition of cyberbullying. No one raised their hand over that. No one had a complaint when that happened. So I really think where you had a low bar for a committee member and that behavior was completely ignored because it was a friend of the council who wasn't criticizing the council for a move they're making on the budget, and then you have a comment that was made that was not intended to do harm, although it did, who is willing to stand here and apologize, that you're going to equate that to malfeasance, really opens up a whole lot of attorney work that we really don't need. And just to talk to the people here, I love Fran. I mean, we raised our kids together around the swimming pool, and I know her and her husband have done so much for this community. I know they're good people, but I also know Kathleen's a good person. She spent 30 years in this community trying to help people. She just wrote the bylaws for the teen center so they could get their incorporation. So these are, ironically, all three really good people who should have been able to sit down together like we are the small town we are and apologize and understand each other. And this has just gotten blown out of proportion and to a point where it can't meet a legal test for removal, and it needs to be a personal issue, and perhaps the council needs to set some guidelines. You can't for Measure R because it's an initiative, so you can't change the initiative, but maybe for the other committees you can come up with some rules. If somebody's acting inappropriately and is representing the city, maybe you give them the rules in advance and you say, here, sign this, and if you do these things on your social media, that's grounds for removal. Because right now the bar is bad behavior, basically. But on Measure R, it is not. On Measure R, it is malfeasance. And that's a legal term.
Jerry, your time is up.
Does not meet that. Thank you.
Discussion?
I would like to know from the city attorney, and I'm not asking for a legal opinion this evening, but I would offer that we delay any action on this until the city attorney has had an opportunity to research it and provide additional information as to, whether we have the ability to do this with Measure R or not.
Well, so I would note, they are correct that the Measure R has its own distinct terms that are slightly different, that are somewhat different than there are for the other council-appointed commissions. One of the terms is malfeasance. It's not defined in the ordinance. It is typically seen as some sort of wrongdoing. The council obviously has if the council were to make those findings, to then remove a commissioner for an act of what is considered malfeasance. So it's malfeasance, repeated absences for a committee meeting, failure to meet qualifications set forth in the section, or inability or unwillingness to fulfill the duties of a committee member. And those are the grounds for removal or resignation. The council also has other options, that would be, reprimanding or some other type of action that you've heard here this evening, but.
Well, I would like to have a more comprehensive approach to committees. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate to act inappropriately in social media if you are a representative of the city. I know when I worked for the city, if an employee had done that, they probably would have been fired. I mean, that's not appropriate, but there is a whole list of inappropriate behaviors outlined in the personnel policy. So I don't know whether we need to look at employing that level of standard. I don't think it would be unreasonable. But I don't know that we can do that tonight, particularly in light of the special circumstances that appear to have to occur under Measure R. So I would like more information from the attorney's office.
I have a few questions. But I think one is the question that Kurt had, and more of understanding that Measure R is a specific initiative. So some interpretation on that. My understanding in talking with the city manager is that even under Measure R, there is the ability to remove for conduct that was described. And then I agree that we need to look at our just city policies as it relates to committee members and conduct that affects people at city meetings, city functions, things like that, where you are representing the city at a city function. In this case, a city meeting. The other question I have was Ms. Amos given an opportunity to resign from her post?
Yes.
Okay. And the Measure R committee is appointed, each person's appointed by the full council?
Correct? Yeah.
I think that's right, right?
By the city council.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues. I do find the conduct shocking, quite honestly, and I don't think you need to be. I would expect it from somebody with a lot less standing, I guess, and that's surprising to me. So.
It is unfortunate, it's happened last meeting, city council meeting. But I strongly believe the members of our community should feel safe and express their concern publicly during city council meeting. Because this is the place anybody can come up, our community, they can speak and they can, their concern. And without any worry about how they look, how they appear, and how they can speak. And I know it's very unfortunate situation, especially we all are elected official or we all are appointed position. Their bar is a little bit higher than the normal public. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Well, first of all, it's troubling that we have to be talking about this. I do agree with many comments that were made tonight that, the internet is the Wild West, and people do say things and that are inappropriate, and people, the general public, and people that are in committees or serve on some form for the city. I think what kind of bothers me here about this, first of all, when it was brought to my attention that this happened, I initially was kind of upset about it. But then, I thought, well, to see how the thing plays out, see how it's handled. What kind of bothers me a little bit is that Miss Amos came up and spoke earlier in the evening, but instead of coming, well, I'll even rewind. When she was contacted by Mr. Hagland and he brought this to her attention, she was given the option, I think, to resign, and from my understanding, she basically offered no apology at that time, and then said, well, I don't think I should be punished for such an action, so on and so forth. And my problem isn't really with the fact that she doesn't think that she should be punished for that action. I think my problem really at this point, and even kind of a little bit echoed tonight, is the fact that subsequently, when she came and met with City Hall with Mr. Hagland, again, in that meeting, offered no apology. There was no point at any time where, because we're all human and we all do things. I think there was no point in time where Ms. Amos said, looking back on it, it was probably silly that I did that, or it was inappropriate. I probably should have, I wasn't thinking, because a lot of people, we do things like that, we don't think about it. But there was no apology. There was no consensus about I did something wrong, or I did something inappropriate. Maybe I should, I should hold myself to a higher standard as being an appointed committee member. And then tonight, stood at the podium, and instead of then, offering again a chance to say, hey, it was wrong, and I'm sorry, Mr. Rossman, so on and so forth, it was completely spun around, and the narrative was, oh, I'm getting considered because I'm on the Measure R, and it's somehow some conspiracy to hide something we're doing wrong on Measure R, and so on and so forth. And it was all about deflection and, I'm the victim here, and so on and so forth. And that kind of bothered me because, to be honest with you, I walked into this chamber tonight with an open mind, and all I was looking for was just some sincere apology about what happened. Mr. Brossman's comments were very heartfelt. It was tough for me to listen to that, to be honest with you. It was very tough. And, about his daughter coming to him and sharing that. And, what Paul said, it's just, these council chambers, yeah, you come to a public meeting, you're in public, and, and you kind of accept that. But we also need to try to make this place, we're trying to encourage people to participate in their local government and to exercise their constitutional right to come and speak. We have 26,000 people in this community, and I applaud the turnout tonight, but typically, you might have 10 or 12 here, and you might have maybe 2 or 3 people speak. And it's hard enough for people to speak. The young lady that was here earlier tonight, she was so nervous, she was basically to tears talking about her subject, and it shows how nervous people can be about speaking. And so to add on top of that ridicule, or to take a picture and then then post it, we can sit here and interpret maliciousness or whatever all day long. But like I said, what just kind of just keeps getting at me is that I just feel like there was a time for apology. At the end, Miss Amos did say, I would like to apologize to him in private or whatever. But I think that, at that point, I felt like it was like so much had been said and everything. It's kind of like at the end of it, it's like, and it's still, even then, her comments were trying to spin it as, oh, it's something about Measure R, and you can't do this. And talk about bullying. I almost felt like the council was bullied, like, hey, I'm an attorney, and you're going to get legal action if you can. It's almost like we're being threatened to take action. So I'm troubled by that because I really, came into this with open mind. I don't know what to think at this moment, but this is just how I feel. I think that this chamber should be a place where people should come and be able to voice their opinion without for fear of somebody taking a picture and saying, oh, look at this ugly shirt, or oh my God, who did her hair, or anything that might seem kind of just non-hurtful, but it can be very hurtful for people. And I think we're setting a precedent for our children and people that we can't behave that way. And I don't know what course of, if the council will agree tonight on the course of discipline that's been set forward, or we decide on something different. But I just think that, and this goes for anybody, whether it's somebody I appointed, or anybody else. I mean, everybody needs to be held to a high. This goes for everybody. We really need to people that serve on these committees need to take it seriously. It's not a joke. I mean, you guys take an oath. It's not a joke to serve on these committees, and you guys need to really pay attention to what you're doing online and stuff. So, but that's my feeling on it, and I think this is a defining moment for the council on our feeling and laying kind of the groundwork for a policy here. And, yeah, so.
So, one of the things that bothered me was it was listed as a pet peeve. It was a wardrobe malfunction, pure and simple. It wasn't on purpose. It's not a kid sagging his pants. It was an adult. And this was a public forum in our sacred council chambers. It wasn't an argument on Facebook. It was where people are nervous to come speak to us, and we're getting so much more interaction than we've had in councils in the past. We don't want people to be dissuaded from that. And I'm sorry, Mr. Brossman, that happened to you. And we just really need to think about what we put out there. They talk about social media and how it's causing depression and all these things. And when people post a picture of you that's unflattering in a public forum where you're supposed to be safe and you're part of that public forum, I just have a hard time wrapping my head around it.
I have another question for the city attorney. We've had this at least on our agenda since Thursday. Have you had an opportunity to look at Measure R in terms and analyze the conduct and whether or not it would be legal for us to remove her?
So we have looked at some of the discussions. I have not drafted a written opinion. I did review the measure and noted that it has different circumstances. It is more narrow than the other measures for the Planning Commission and that which are good cause. This has specific instances. Malfeasance is one of them, as is inability or unwillingness to fulfill the duties of a committee member. So I had some discussions with the city manager about that, and he brought forward the recommendation. But I think that the malfeasance, while it is what is generally a higher standard than, say, nonfeasance or a total lack of intent, it usually has an intent element to it, is an intent of some sort of wrongdoing. This doesn't have the definition in it, so you're left more with cases, what is malfeasance, and it's a case-by-case basis, really delving into the facts. So here you'll have to look at the facts before you, what was posted, how it was posted, and whether you think that constitutes like an intentional wrongdoing or malfeasance. We can certainly delve further, and if the council's
I didn't see, I obviously didn't see the post. I don't know what was said. I mean, I've taken the information that was given to me, not that I distrust it, but it sounds like the definition of malfeasance can be defined one way or the other up here, is what, if I'm hearing you correctly.
I mean, obviously you start with the dictionary definition, yes, which is a stronger standard than just a simple nonfeasance or unintentional act. There has to be some wrongdoing to it. What that wrongdoing is in a forum like this with somebody who's appointed by the city council is a determination of the council. Some of the difficulty is obviously that you're in a public setting and it's difficult to delve into the type of posts that you have. I don't believe you can go into closed session to look at this type of issue. The council appoints the commissioner. The council has to, in open session, the council has to determine in open session whether they're going to take some action, whether it's a reprimand or removal, also in public session.
Okay. I'm a little more confused now that you said that. But honestly, if I felt that we were on good legal standing, I would absolutely make a motion to remove her from the committee, based on what I know, and based on her comments tonight. But I'm not so sure, and I don't know if a legal opinion and all that work and investigation is what we need to do. I just don't think this is something we need to drag out. But on the other hand, we want to do the right thing as well. I know that sounds so non-committal. But again, that's just kind of where I'm at.
I think if the council is inclined to take action, it would just be a matter of reviewing, it'd be based on the facts that are in front of you with respect to what was posted, what the comments were, and that would be the basis of the decision.
I have one more comment. So, you know, the council has emails, our addresses are public, and I think I'm pretty reachable. I think all of us can be reachable to some point. I wish that at some point, maybe we would have gotten an email from Ms. Amos saying, you know, even if it would have been like, you know, after reviewing what I did, so on and so forth, I think it might have been inappropriate and I accept it, whatever, but I still feel very adamant that I shouldn't be removed and I stand my ground on that. I don't think I should be punished in such way. But it wasn't even that. There was like no, even tonight. And so what I would like to ask Ms. Amos right now, just a simple question. Do you feel that what you did was wrong? I mean, because I haven't really heard that from you tonight. I genuinely, just to say this, Ms. Amos, I do believe that you do a lot for the community. I do. And I know you're very involved and you've served on everything from Measure Art or whatever. And I know that you can't discount any of that. But this situation, I'm struggling because I just wish that it would have been so much easier for me personally if I would have just got an email that said, Vice Mayor Farmer, you know, in regards to what the council's considering doing, you know, I would like to ask if you would reconsider because I am sorry and I've reached out to Mr. Rossman, or I will come to the meeting and I will offer an apology, but I haven't heard that yet. So I'm asking you now, do you feel like what you did was inappropriate anyway?
Councilman Farmer, what I did was call an expert in internet law. That's what I did. And I said, did I do something wrong under the law? And he said, absolutely not. He said that was completely within the First Amendment, and anybody who enters into a public forum, which a city council meeting or a courthouse or a school board meeting, is a public forum. And under the First Amendment, anyone, that's why I said earlier, this is an educational experience. When someone enters into a public forum, their photo can be taken by anybody, including the newspaper. It can be posted, and you can't complain. I mean, the newspaper can publish it, and the person whose picture was taken cannot complain that they don't like the way they look in their picture. That's the First Amendment. So I didn't intend to hurt the gentleman. As I said, his face wasn't showing. I was careful about that. And I can understand that his daughter would recognize him from the back, but as soon as Mr. Haglund called me, I took the picture down, and that should have been the end of it. I didn't know the man. I've never met him before. I've lived here 35 years. I didn't know him. Tonight, I'm glad he came back so that I can have a private conversation, because my belief about these kind of things is private correction, public acknowledgement when you want to say good job. And nobody told me his name. I didn't know his name until tonight. I still don't understand exactly what it is, but I will talk with him and his wife afterwards and explain to him. I didn't have an intention to hurt anyone's feelings. When my sister accidentally has that kind of a wardrobe malfunction, my special needs sister, we all just laugh about it and we just pull, you know, the family quickly goes around her and says, oh my gosh, you can't do this in public. And that's the end of the discussion. So, as far as, I didn't do it as a representative of the city regarding Measure R. I did it as a human being who was in shock, emotional shock. None of you were sitting right there behind it. I was. And it was very, very, I think there's two things that we might get out of this, learning experiences for everybody. One is maybe a dress code for white people, how people dress. I don't think people have to be dressed up fancy. You all know I go to work in my law office when I don't have to be in court in comfortable pants and a comfortable top. I do not dress up, and that's one of the things I love about Galt. So I don't think there has to be a dress code, anything more than just the simple dress code.
Okay, so
no private parts hanging out.
Let me rephrase my question a little bit different. Let me give you a scenario, Ms. Amos, because you are an attorney. If you were in court and you were sitting, you were representing someone, let's say you went down and sat, and then you saw that happen, and you took a picture of somebody's client, and then you posted on the internet, the next day, the judge calls you into his chambers and says, I saw this picture you took. How do you think, what would be the recourse of that, you think?
That wouldn't happen in a courtroom. Number one, because if I saw someone that looked like that in a courtroom, I would immediately go to their attorney or whoever was with them and say, you know, you need to help that person out.
Maybe that's what you should have did that night.
Well, I didn't know the man. I didn't know him, and I didn't. He was behind me. I was sitting right here in front. And you know, it's always easy to second guess somebody with armchair quarterbacking. You talked about everything I talked to Mr. Hagland about, but you were not in the meeting, sir. And I wasn't told that you were eavesdropping. Maybe you were. I don't know. But the point is, there's two things that the city doesn't have. It's the dress code while you're, I mean, I'm not saying that a dress code's going to stop wardrobe malfunctions. It probably won't. And once I meet this gentleman and have a chance to talk with him, then I would be comfortable approaching him. I'm the kind of person that tells women your tag is hanging out, you know, your slip is showing, because I would want someone to do that for me. I'm a very compassionate, caring person. And I do a lot in the community. That's why.
Kathleen? Can you just explain one thing?
Yes.
What was your purpose in taking the picture, going home, and then posting it? What rationale do you have for that?
It was about my shock. It was about my feeling.
What purpose did that serve?
I wasn't thinking about it. I was in emotional shock. I wasn't thinking that there was a purpose to it. I was in shock that somebody would behave like that in a council meeting. I do think that the other thing I think that needs to happen, the city council needs to think about setting some standards, because malfeasance is a higher level. I didn't have a DUI. I didn't assault somebody. I didn't commit a crime, and that's generally what malfeasance is. In the law, malfeasance was what I call a marshmallow word. Judges tend to interpret it how they want to interpret it, but that does mean that they usually interpret it much more strictly than just, I don't like what you did, and you shouldn't have done that. And, you know, obviously, this won't happen again with anybody, but I think that you need to, you want it to be a safe environment. I did not feel safe when someone was exposing their private parts. I did not. And I think that was the shock. I'm a woman, and I'm a senior citizen, and I don't expect to see people's private parts hanging out in a city council in a public meeting. I do not expect that.
I actually, so I want to ask you one more question, then I think we need to hear from other comments if people want to speak. But just a simple yes or no would do. But I was made aware that when the picture was taken, that you showed it to a couple people, which are probably your friends sitting next to you or whatever. But then I was told by people in the lobby that were out there that I'm acquainted with that you went out in the lobby and were showing it to people and you were kind of giggling and making fun of it. Is that true?
No. That's not true. I know exactly who you're talking about. He went to high school, he went to grade school and high school with my son, and he was always a big jokester. So when I sat here, I'm a senior citizen. I sat here for 3 hours from 6 until 9, and when I made a beeline out that door, it was to go to the bathroom. He went out that door, started yelling at me across the lobby. Instead of coming over to me and saying, Kathleen, I need to talk to you about what you did, he saw me. I said, Danny, I can't talk to you right now. I have to go into the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom. As a senior citizen, when I have to go, I have to go. I'm sorry. I was there for
Well,
3
thanks for giving your side of the story
I
on
was
that.
laughing at myself because I couldn't stop and tell him what was going on. But I did say, I'm going in the bathroom. He stood there and watched me go in the bathroom. And when I came out, he wasn't there. If he would have waited for me to come out, I could have had a conversation with him.
Okay.
But that wasn't what he was doing. He was trying to publicly embarrass me.
Okay, I think we need to hear from the other people that want to speak so we can wrap this meeting up.
Rich,
I just have a comment. I'm ready to make a motion. I appreciate everybody wanting to speak, but I think I've heard enough and determined that Ms. Amos's conduct was inappropriate and she should be removed from the Measure R Oversight Committee. And so I'd like to make a formal recommendation to remove her from the Measure R Oversight Committee and direct staff to advertise a replacement member.
Who's making a motion? Kimberly?
Of course, you can make the motion in second, but we do have public comment that's still outstanding, so it's effectively a motion.
We have to let him, okay. Fran Brossman?
I don't come to these meetings because I work for the city. And you don't do that. My husband doesn't come to these meetings because he doesn't get involved unless it's important. People knew me and my children and thought they didn't have a father because he was not involved in the community as a public figure. Yeah, his shirt rolled up and he walked up to the podium. If I was offended, I would have left the room. I wouldn't have taken a picture and then put it on Facebook for my friends to see that I am shocked and appalled. And I'm sorry, we're all senior citizens here. So why in the hell are you offended that you're a senior citizen? Get up and walk away. I wasn't going to come here tonight because I don't want to be in this position. He comes here by himself because he's passionate about what's going on. I am not happy with what happened. I was so offended when my daughter showed me the picture. Offended that my 24-year-old daughter had to be seen that, and obviously it's a private page, but guess what? The internet is a public forum. And you know what? Doesn't matter if you took it down. You should have taken it down immediately, not 24 hours later. I can't even express how angry I am. Because, you know what? We're adults here. We're not 12-year-olds. We're not sophomores in high school. This is not something adults do. And we're representing what kids are doing. This is exactly what kids do. And we get mad at them for it. If my child would have done this, their life would have been over as they know it. And this is what we expect adults to act. And I am so mad. I wasn't going to talk. I don't know if you saw me. I was fuming in that chair. But to not apologize and to say it was a red herring, grow up. For a senior citizen to act this way and an educated woman who's a lawyer in our community, I would never recommend her. Because what are you going to do to your clients if you don't like what they do, or if you're appalled and upset and, gee, I'm a senior citizen and I was offended? You're never going to get someone to come stand in this building with more passion than my husband has. Because he doesn't express it unless it means something important to him. Again, no one knew my kids had a father because he was not involved in the community like I was. So that just appalls me that someone would be so offended that they couldn't walk away. You know what? If you're offended because he's a man and you didn't want to talk to him, then you tap a man that you know in this building and say, could you go talk to that gentleman? That's what I would have done if I would have seen someone zipper down. No one ever tells the man his zipper's down except the guy, honey, go tell him his zipper's down. I'll be the first one, if I see a wardrobe malfunction of a woman, to walk up to a perfect stranger in a perfectly unknown place and say, no one's going to tell you your blouse is unbuttoned. Same difference. And it just amazes me that everything turned back to her. It was stated many times. She threatened to sue the city council if you took her off this committee. So don't take her off. Just don't vote her back in. If you can't take her off, that's fine. But when her term's up, her term's up. And I'm not saying that she hasn't done a great deal for this community and that Measure R. I sat at her table at the last function at the Littleton Center. And if I'd known that she was going to do that sort of thing to anybody in this community, I wouldn't have sat there. So it doesn't matter to me if she's taken off, but don't put her back on when her term is up, because that's not how adults act. And if you're offended, walk away, like everyone should. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Ms. Brossman. Michelle, is it Frederick?
I don't get up and speak like this because I just don't like to be in confrontation like this, but for her to stand up here and twice, however many times she came up here, and still not, you asked her specifically, you know, are you sorry? And she can't even say, she keeps saying, oh, well, I talked to my attorney, you know, my internet attorney. She still doesn't have the compassion to say, yes, I am sorry. So you councilmen need to do all of us a favor and get her out of here. Be done with her. Because you're not helping the rest of us. What, I'm in my scrubs for work, so I'm not inappropriate? Am I not court apparel? Come on now. I mean, I come here after work. Drive from West Sacramento to here to be in this meeting. And I have to dress a certain way. What, are you gonna take a picture of me and post it on Facebook because I'm not dressed properly? That's nonsense. You need to get rid of her.
Thank you.
Amanda Mueller. Thank you, City Attorney, for recognizing that there are public comments that still need to be heard before a vote is made. I stand here as an attorney before you because Vice Mayor Farmer asked what an attorney would do if they were pulled to judges' chambers. An attorney would search the law before they made a decision or responded to the judge. That's what a good attorney would do. Not make an emotional decision, do it based on the law. And here, from what I understand, you don't have a standard, but to remove Ms. Amos. You need to look at what the law says about malfeasance and see if there's anything in the records, case precedent that addresses this type of issue. You can't just do it on a whim tonight. That would be, if I was called into a judge's chambers, what I would do. It's called briefing the case. Yes, that's what you would do. Thank you.
So are we going to allow 3 comments? That's your 3rd time talking, yeah.
Just on an earlier note, I did present all of the council members with another appointee's really bad behavior on the internet, which, in my opinion, meets the criteria not only of basis for removal, but would probably meet the level of malfeasance. So I would like to know when that case will be heard. I've provided evidence of that behavior from another one of the appointments. It hasn't been talked about, but if we're going to use such a low bar for malfeasance and the bar for the other committees is bad behavior, basically, when does that person get justice for what one of your appointees did in a much more flagrant way, in a much more harmful intention way? Do I have to come up here and cry? Is that how it works? What are the stinking rules? If malfeasance isn't really what's going to be used here tonight, but emotion, and there is an even lower bar for other appointees, when does that case get heard? Who's agendizing that? Do I need to call the city manager? Who do I call to get that appointee publicly disciplined for her internet behavior? Crickets. Because she is supportive.
Contact the city manager. He's the appropriate.
Is he the person who agendized this item?
I believe he will, yes.
Okay,
Wasn't me.
I will do so then.
We're not talking about anybody else at this moment. All right, I'm sorry, Jerry Sauter. I'm sorry, I apologize. Came the other direction and I didn't see it. Okay, this is the last one because.
I have the dubious honor of being last when everybody wants to go home. I've been sitting in my little spot over in the corner for the duration of this meeting, and I guess I'm just a little, I felt I had to say something, and I'm going to give a big hats off to Mr. Lozano for making the motion before additional public comment was heard, because, you know, I don't think it's so much malfeasance. I was at the last meeting. I sat behind the gentleman in question. I'm a member of the public. I kept my mouth shut. I don't want to embarrass anybody. Am I at a higher standard than our own council and committee members? So I think it's more about effectively discharging the duties of the position. And this position is appointed by the council, but the language is such that that person can just kind of do whatever they want. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. So if this person is appointed by the council, I think the council has an obligation to act. Social media is public. Anybody can see it. Even if it was your own private page, you never expect it to be private. Someone will see it, someone will find out about it. So I think we all have to hold ourselves at a high standard. And the other thing that's concerning as a member of the public is sort of the attitude. I'm kind of seeing the political camps in the town here as I sit over in my little corner about who's supporting who and who wants to come up and say it's a conspiracy to get them removed, and I have other council member or other councilman appointees that are causing the same issue. So, yeah, I think this is a place where public should be able to come up and speak and not fear that they have any reprisal or repercussions. So, again, I applaud Councilmember Lozano for kind of taking a stand on this issue, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
I need a second.
I second the motion.
Motion made by Councilmember Lozano, seconded by Vice Mayor Farmer.
I just have one comment before we
Comment?
vote. I want to make it really, really clear. This has nothing to do with wanting to, in my opinion, wanting to police social media. I'm on social media. You guys never see me comment, very rarely. I'm not interested in doing that. The problem I have with this particular case is that this was a committee member that did this conduct at a public meeting, at a city-sponsored public meeting, and where, it's been mentioned many times, this is supposed to be a safe place for people to go. Again, no interest in going onto social media and policing it for everybody that's on there. I just don't watch it if I don't want to. The gentleman that came up here and spoke that had his picture taken, this is right to do that. And we had a committee member that we appointed, I don't think we did, but was appointed by the council that did this and took this picture. And so that's where I stand on it. I just want to make sure that that was out there.
And just to recap, you know, my second is I mean, this is about taking a situation and reminding the public that it's serious, and people that are on commissions and committees need to take this seriously. And I, for one, I don't care who it is, I'm not going to tolerate activity like that. And I would, like I said before, I was open-minded. I give Ms. Amos a chance to acknowledge, and she failed to do so. And for that, that's why I'm seconding this motion, and I think that that this is the right move for the council, and I think that we need to send a strong message about conduct and how people act when they come to these chambers to speak.
Roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Farmer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sandu.
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Councilmember Lozano.
Aye.
Mayor Lamson.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right, any communication or city clerk's report?
None and none.
Staff?
No.
Mike does.
I'm just going to say I've got my costume and I'm ready to volunteer at the 150th.
Sesquicentennial.
Yes, Sesquicentennial.
Sesquicentennial, I was going to say. Everybody down there? Armando?
Oh, thank you.
Chief? Okay. Council, can we just adjourn? Any comments by council?
No comment.
All right, meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Well done.